Bloodborne you're ever going to see. Like, I mean, absolutely pro-level gameplay. You know, no deaths. Really, it's kind of a no-damage run. I mean, you know, just saying. No, in all seriousness, welcome back to my continued attempts to make it through Bloodborne without absolutely losing my mind. We're back out at the main menu because since we last saw each other, I have bought and should have installed the Old Hunters DLC, which hopefully should be available to us now. Or we may need an item or something like that to access the DLC, but we should have. Here it is. Yeah, the eye of a blood-drunk hunter beckons hunters to the hunter's nightmare. A deformed creature will whisk you away outside Erden Chapel. So one of the amygdala, I'm pretty sure. And we have this lovely thing, the eye of a blood-drunk hunter. Its pupil collapsed and turned to mush, indicating the onset of the scourge of beasts. A hunter who goes drunk with blood is said to be taken by the nightmare, destined to wander forever, engaged in an endless hunt. It's a fate that no hunter can escape. So, Bloodborne's version of Hollowing, I guess, except instead of slowly losing oneself, you get whisked away to a horrible alternate dimension, which, I mean, you know, that's pretty on brand. Before we do that, before we tackle that, and unlock a series of locations that I think will be accessible from this headstone, ultimately, we're going to keep on chugging our way down through the Hintertomb. If you remember, we found the Hintertomb dungeon to be fairly accessible, at least relative to that really, really tricky undead giant fight in Lower Themeru that could, like, one-shot us with anything it did. By the way, I was just curious, because I didn't want to make you guys sit through, like, hours and hours and hours and hours of failed attempts when I was missing something obvious. So I did a little research into that fight specifically, and there's like 3 or 4 variants of the undead giant. Like, one of them has flaming blades, one of them has a cannon and a blade. There was the twin blade variant we saw early on. Turns out, the variant we were fighting and having trouble with, the hammer variant, is kind of notorious, and it turns out we were not missing anything at all. It's just that hard. Speaking of, let's see what layer 2 of the Hintertomb has first. Now wait, hold on. Probably want to head straight ahead first so we can get our lamp, right? Yeah, there we go. I hope that we have enough time to make a ton of progress today, and also have a longer than usual stream, because I'm sorry to say, I'll be taking a 2-day hiatus from streaming, starting tomorrow, in order to finish rewriting a syllabus and creating an online course shell for my boss, in time for the upcoming fall semester. It's, just one of those things. Hey, MC, how's it going? Hope you're having a great day so far, man. It's one of those things that's going to be incredibly time-intensive, but if I really, really give it my all, I should be able to have over and done with inside of 2 days working dawn till dusk. Oh, hello. Okay, so the bell ringer is down on the bottom floor, probably. No, they're always here, always on these middle tiers. We are never gonna run out of bullets, most likely. Oh, 4 blood vials, that's very nice. Very, very nice. MC says, have had a decent day? Good, glad to hear it, man. What on earth are you? Oh, they're one of the, like, decrepit church servants. There we go, give me that health. Oh man, the rune that allows us to restore health with visceral attacks is a godsend. There we go. And yeah, that... Oh! One of them with the shotgun up there, right? They do look a lot like the church servants, right? They're not quite as unnatural looking, they just look like really big, emaciated hollows or something. But maybe there's some kind of correlation there? Like, maybe they're not the same type of creature, but the church servants have been made to imitate these Thumerians physically. We got some eyeballs from that chest, always a good thing to have in Bloodborne land. Ooh! So they can just, like, tough straight through my attacks. It's always the ones with the scythe-like instruments, if you've noticed. Okay, there's going to be a pressure plate somewhere for those. That is an arrow trap. Oh, it's one of these. I love these. Oh! Oh no. It's one of those and a dog. Fortunately, as I've said so many times, that, like, check it out, the quick step or the roll follow-up, thrusting out both daggers at a time, is so good, deals so much damage, and hey, check it out, we've already found our casket for this stage. Some fairly potent ritual blood, nice, nice. I could be wrong, but I don't think the DLC adds anything to the Chalice dungeons. Just plenty of opportunities to get new weapons and armor and things like that that might help you in the Chalice dungeons, which later on we're really gonna need. My goal is to be over and done with Bloodborne before I have to resume work and school, and then for us to chip away at Dark Souls 3 during those first couple of weeks back. There's also apparently a pretty solid Souls-like out on, like, current generation consoles called Hellpoint or something like that. It's kind of sci-fi-ish, I've heard. I know next to nothing about it, that's by design, but apparently it's pretty solid, got a unique-ish setting, and I'd like to take a look at that with you guys at some point. Now that we've got the casket, are we good to carry on into the dungeon proper? Yeah, there's one of them with the shotguns. Ooh. Okay, so we didn't get our visceral attack, but one strong attack took him straight down. Oh, antidotes. That doesn't necessarily bode well, does it? I'm interested to see what the bosses here are like, other than Big Pig from the first floor. Which, I mean, so great that they gave him a boss spot. I love that. Or that he was actually mildly challenging. Oh, that's poisonous. Ah, I see. Oh, well, this is gonna suck, isn't it? Let's go ahead and get our antidotes out. Ooh. Hey Kyle, how's it going? Thanks for the host. They say I'm eating and doing stuff, so I won't be here, but I'm dropping my support. Thanks a lot, man. I really appreciate it. We will be here for a while, so feel free to join us later if you're so inclined. And hold on, let me silence my phone. Sorry about that. Blood vial, blood vial. I might actually have to start reading these messages. They seem to be warning us of ambushes and the like. Beware of trap. Good, thank you. Oh, something died. I have no idea what, though. All I know is it wasn't me, and I'm perfectly happy for that. Woeful darkness. I don't think there's any secret passages or illusory walls or anything similar in this game. Could be wrong, but... So is the bridge gonna snap and throw me down there with the giants? It is, right? No? Like, that would be just such a Dark Souls thing to do, though, right? Like, send the floor out from underneath us? Maybe, like, if we ran or something, it would have given way. Cool little set piece, at any rate. Oh, hello. Is that a poison brazier? Yes, it is. Cool, cool. So the Hintertomb may not be that visually distinct, but it's got a ton of, like, unique mechanics, doesn't it? I dig it. Now, yeah, this is gonna bring us out to the... That's one of the undead giants, too. That's the cannon-wielding model. Well, I mean, like, we've gotta fight it, right? That's my job. I mean, God knows I don't want to, but there's like treasures down there and some of them might be useful, so we kinda have to. Oh, it's one of those dual-wielding, really fast Thumerian Guardians. Or it was. Oh, check it out. It's, in addition to a bunch of these things, the snakes from the Forbidden Woods. And ages since we've seen them, hadn't it? Maybe we can, like, get most of the loot without having to, like, aggro him at first. Just throwing knives? I mean, okay. I'll take it. Okay, so how do we want to do this? Oh, he's got an axe and a cannon. I see. And nowhere near as much health as the boss variants. Okay, so that wasn't too bad. And we get a single bloodstone shard. Well, we're going to be getting lots of weapons in the DLC, so that might actually be helpful. Blood vials, thank you. We actually doing okay on blood vials for the first time in ages? I mean, I don't want to jinx it, but I think we might be. So is that everything down here? Just the giant and the horrible poison critters, which it looks like we're gonna have to take some poison if we want to explore in there, which we do. Oh god, it's like an especially toxic rat. They have almost the same exact moveset as enemies, a certain type of enemies from Neo. Which would mean, obviously, that it appeared here first, I'm fairly certain, but... Oh, good thing we came in here, that's our boss door. Down at the bottom of Baby Blight Town. So someone just let their tomb be absolutely flooded with poison, somehow. Take it that's not exactly pleasing the residents. Any thoughts on the Hintertomb vis-a-vis, Thumeru? Like, is this distinct enough to qualify for, like, a separate designation as, like, oh, this is a totally different dungeon, or should they have done more to distinguish it? I honestly don't know where I stand right now. From a gameplay perspective, like, with unique or modified enemies, it feels different going through, but I would appreciate some different visuals, I guess. So did we get everything? Everything we're supposed to? Doesn't look like there's any treasure or alcoves over there we missed. Right? Yeah, no. No, we did our due diligence. And on we go. On we go to, our boss door. So is the boss going to have some kind of poison attack? I honestly do not know. I don't know that I've ever been in the Hinter Tomb, or if I have, it's been so long I've totally forgotten. Alright, so we wanna... There it is. Is there going to be another side path in here? Yes, there is. Oh, something else died. Wonder what's causing that. Are enemies just getting poisoned? Like by the freestanding sludge, or... Like what's going on? Oh, hello, rat. Goodbye, rat. We got some treasure in here. That's a good thing at the very least. Whew. Thankfully, the rats very clearly telegraph their attacks. Oh, it's just blood, not poison. It's fine. Is a thing I just said. Ritual blood. Oh, and more slimes. Good. Oh, they're nowhere near as strong in this dungeon, though, or at this depth, I should say. It is an especially poisonous snake bundle. I guess that's what the purple aura signifies. Gotta watch for slimes. Gotta watch for Molotovs. There's nobody chucking them up here? Huh. More pebbles, We've got all the pebbles we could ever want. Oh, hey, it's a pretty ornate chest. What's gonna be in this one? Some kind of advanced ritual material, right? Yeah, some tomb mold. Which I'm surprised we can't just scrape off the friggin' walls given the state of this place, but hey, useful to have around anyway. Ritual material waits ahead. Good, good. Shotgunner could have potentially blown us off of here. That would have been unpleasant. Oh, it's more of these. Good. Is it more than one? No, that's a transformed church servant. In the same kind of room that's used as like a boss arena. Remember we fought the watchdog of the old lords and that Thumerian descendant in rooms that looked just like this. And in a first for these dungeons, we've got 2 caskets in one layer, or one floor. I think they're formally referred to as layers in-game. Gave us a couple eyeballs, we'll take it. And I do like how whenever you pass a threshold or enter into a new room, these little lanterns held by the messengers light up to let you know where you have and haven't been. That is a very, very helpful quality of life feature. Oh, looks like we've got a couple smaller chests in here. Bullets. Slimes, rats. What is... It's got a grab attack, okay. Of course it does. Ooh, that's a lot of rats. That is a lot of rats. It's a lot of everything in here. God almighty. So many enemies. Oh, and it's these guys from, like, the Yarnum Sewer or Aqueduct. Yeah. Been ages since we've seen them, isn't it? Yeah, getting them with the R1 like dash follow-up is probably the best way to deal with them. God, more? Can't really complain though, because we've been getting tons of pretty good loot. What's back here? Oh, more bullets. Again, we are never going to want for bullets. Oil. Interesting. Coins. Blood vials, there we go. More tomb mold. More tomb mold. A ton of tomb mold. Any other ritual materials here? Any other chests we might have missed? MC says, I'm done eating, we'll hang around for the rest of the evening. Alright, man. Glad to have you along. As I said, the Hinter Tomb is kind of an interesting place. It's not as... More tomb mold on the rats, huh? Okay. Not as distinct visually, maybe, but it's got a lot of very interesting gameplay mechanics. Now I think we're good to just head on to the boss, right? Should be. I'm interested to see what they've got in store for us this time. Also interested to see if I can actually find my way back to the boss door. This was a very, very big area. No, I could have sworn we came in through there, right? Yeah. Through here. Here we go. This is the way. So it does look like when we go back to the Lower Thumeru Chalice dungeon, there is absolutely no easy way around that undead giant. Apparently, I was watching videos and guides just to see like how other people fared against it. It one-shots damn near everyone. So it's no deficiency of our character build. It's just kind of unusually demanding. And since we fought a version of the third giant variant in here, we could see the other types of giant we can fight in these dungeons are nowhere near as bad as that one, somehow. It's just got incredible coverage on its attacks. Hold on. Opening up a drink before we see what's waiting to maul us this time around. Oh, good. Hello again. You're looking well. Ow. Good news is, its cannon fire is pretty inaccurate. Oh my god! My god! Again, just the coverage on these attacks is wild. Oh, we got one of its pustules. Good. got it again. Are we good here? Yes, we are. Nice. Okay, so took a little bit to learn that one, but he wasn't nearly as bad as the others, was he? Even like the first one. So we got a blood gemstone, some twin bloodstone shards, and then the randomized Hintertomb chalice. Nice. Now, I also did a little bit of looking around. It turns out, I think there's 2 Hintertomb fixed chalices, and 2, Lauren fixed chalices, and 1 fixed ice. There's variations of all of these, of course. But, there's not quite as many, like, plain chalice dungeons as I thought there were, it turns out. We'll head on in there in just a minute. Right now we're going to... light up our lamp. We have quite a few echoes, but not maybe so many that I'm willing to head back and level up. These levels are starting to get quite expensive now, aren't they? Oh, looks like we got a ton of friends in here. Thank God the blades are so good. In regular combat, anyway. The one thing I'll say about the Blades of Mercy is, their range is so restrictive that, for certain bosses, I feel like they wouldn't be, like, the ideal solution. Did I hear a bell ringing? Probably. Yes, I did. Oh! How? So, the second one caught me, but did the first get me on the backswing? Yeah, that's pretty Bloodborne. Okay, well, we weren't too far in, so we can go get our souls back, our echoes back, rather, pretty quickly. Let's also, just for the foreseeable future, throw Arcane on that secondary slot to give us a bit more range. Oh, and by the way, if you guys, or if at any point folks in the audience, feel like the Chalice dungeons are getting a bit repetitive or dull to watch, please let me know and I will be happy to discontinue them, or only show, like, highlights or things like that somehow once I learn to edit. Oh, Bloodstone, thank you. The Blood Gems, rather. Oh! Right, right. Let's track down the bell ringer, first and foremost. As he says they're still fine for now. Good to hear. As long as we don't just get absolutely stuck on certain encounters, we might be able to make it through to the special boss at the end of the Thumeral Ihil Chalice, which is really what I'm going for. And she's churning them out, isn't she? There we go. Now there's usually some good As he says, though I'm exhausted from the heat and repetitive is appealing at the moment. I gotcha. Totally fair. Oh, there's a second one. Of course there is. Hello? Okay, so that one actually gave her some pretty good coverage. Or collectively they did. Are you associated with a third bell ringer? That's an interesting gimmick for one of these floors we've not seen yet. I think we've seen 2 before, but never 3 active at once. Fear projectile. Oh! Yeah. That's something to fear. We'll head back there in a minute. There's like another path we passed earlier on, I think, right? Once we're through with the Hintertomb, we'll carry on with, like, the base game, in-game content. Because, oh man, the next boss on our roster is really something special. Home to maybe, depending on your view and your tolerance of hamminess, the best or the worst voice acting performance in the entire series. Oh, it doesn't open from this side. Okay. I guess we got no choice but to go face the shotgun servants. Ooh. I say shotgun, it's more like an arquebus or something. It seems to only fire a single round. Let's just hope there aren't, like, frenzy braziers later on. I can deal with, like, the poison braziers, but if they start slinging frenzy mist around, I'm going to quite literally go mad. Oh, hello. What is this? Ambush waits ahead. Okay, never seen a door like this, have we? Oh my. Well, there's the ambush. Here's the treasure. Holy Moses. Blood gemstone, okay. Very fancy looking treasure room. There's at least a couple chests in here, including our casket, which is home to our big ticket item, no doubt. Ritual blood, okay. Even more tomb mold. One of the forthcoming dungeons, maybe like the second Hintertomb chalice, must require just a buttload of tomb mold, eh? Ritual blood. And it looks like we're really racking up these ritual materials, and I mean, we kind of are. But remember that the chalices require so much of each at this point. Yeah, okay, and that opened the way back around, right? Yeah. So our next pathway must be up here, right? So my ultimate goal today is to get to a point where we can take down Martyr Ligarius. And there might be a couple ways to optimize our character to make that more plausible. Because once we get rid of him, again, we get access to some genuinely very good armor and a couple interesting weapons. As well as the conclusion of Alfred's quest line, if that's something we're terribly interested in. Okay, where is my... Oh wait, this was all like a side area, wasn't it? Once again. Some of these are just so long, I forget that they're purely optional wings of the dungeon. Well, I say optional. They give you lots of ritual materials that you will inevitably need to progress deeper into the labyrinth. Man, I'll say this, if you worked in or around Yharnam in the field of sculpting tombstones, you would make a killing. Just funerary decoration in general. Anybody in here? No. Anybody up here? No, just a passage. Can we open this? No. Shortcut. The dungeons are getting so big, individual levels have shortcuts now. We've come a long way from, like, that little 5-minute obstacle course with the first undead giant at the end of it, haven't we? There was somebody with a pretty interesting setup. Oh. Oh no. A single throwing knife. What is up there and is it worth it? Oh. They drop right over there. Totally worth it then. Got shards or a gem? Tempering blood gemstone, alright. And was that it up here? There's nothing further down the hallway, is there? Couldn't be. Yeah, it does not look like it. So I'm not gonna chance it. Another arquebusier. Down. Oh, lots of blood. Thank you, thank you. One of those weird Themarians with the flaming weapons. I'm sure they do more damage, but is there any other distinction between the two? They don't seem any stronger necessarily. Ho, arrow trap. Hello. Anything up here? Or yes, yes, there is. Oh, there's our shortcut, right? Nice. Here we go. Oh my god. Oh my god! So this problem I'm noticing we tend to have in this game is a lot of attacks at this stage stun you for a pretty significant period of time, and lots of enemies now have really lengthy combos. Getting stun locked in Dark Souls was actually, if you recall, a pretty hard thing to do, or a pretty rare occurrence, I should say. Not so here. I'm gonna have to put some serious thought at the end of this series into whether I prefer, like, Bloodborne's approach to Dark Souls, or whether I can honestly say one is better or worse than the other. They're very different games, trying to do very different things. But I feel like we can make some kind of comparison. No, 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 no! Again? Seriously? Regular-ass enemy. I will say this, Bloodborne is certainly way more frustrating for me. I don't know if that can be said to have any real impact on my final assessment of its quality, though. It's weird. It's really good. It's really well made, but it's a really weird game, man. Cursed blood gemstone. We're certainly not using any of those. There we go. Finally, our boss door. Here at the bottom of the Hintertomb, what do you think's waiting for us? I have absolutely no idea. Oh, some more antidotes. That's nice, I suppose. Alright, this is the hallway with the boulders. No matter, give us a few hundred more echoes. Which we kinda desperately need. So did we explore everything in this hallway? Is he like one of the only enemies in here? It's weird. Okay, unless there is another branching path off of the boss corridor, which there may well be. That might be it. This is different, isn't it? Treat unbreakable will with care. Remember projectile and lore's effective time for... Oh, I know what this is gonna be. Yep. I have a feeling I know what we're in for. Yep, he's back. It's the blood-starved beast. A much stronger version of it, of course. And in a poisonous arena. Ooh. Ooh. It's just... so hard to accurately parry that attack. There we go, we can parry that one though. Ooh, baby, check out that damage. Hey, we got it! We got it really quickly using a single blood vial. Check that out, y'all! So we got a blood-tinged gemstone, a special gemstone, and a lower Hintertomb chalice. And we stayed out of the poison the entire time. Hot damn. Well, you know, I gotta say that, compared to our adventures in Thumeru, was really encouraging. It made me feel like, you know, obviously my character's way more powerful, but like we've actually learned something and grown in this adventure. There was a pretty tough boss from the early game, and we downed it in probably less than a minute, right? Yeah. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about that. And now we have the lower Hintertomb chalice. Looks very ornate. Just to see... what is its depth? Oh, it's also a 3. And Lauren is a 4th. This is not a chalice, this is just a straight-up skull on a pedestal. Lauren is a tragic land that was devoured by the sands. The tragedy that struck this ailing land of Lauren is said to have its roots in the scourge of the beast. Some have made the dreaded extrapolation that Yharnam may be next. Gee, you don't say. Couple things I want to do, real quick. I want to check out our runes. Max stamina, more echoes from slain enemies. Okay. I think I know how we might be able to down Martyr Ligarius. I'm thinking, in place of the Moon rune, we temporarily increase the Clawmark rune. To increase our visceral damage attack, or visceral attack damage. that might be the way forward here. And Blood Gem Fortification, do we have anything better? Oh, only a Cursed Gem. No thank you. Yeah, the only, like, much better ones are Cursed, of course. So we probably want to avoid those. Okay, so should we take on the Martyr before we head into the Nightmare Immensis? I'm torn, actually. We got 2 more levels. Let's do, let's do 1 more skill. And then let's start building Blood Tinge just enough to use some of the,
Farewell,
the weapons associated with the Vile Bloods, because we will need a fair amount of Blood Tinge to use even their melee weapons, as we saw with the Reiter Polish. So, yeah, why not? I'm feeling brave. Let's head to Canehurst and try taking on the world's most powerful mummy once again. And since he also does almost purely arcane damage, do we have anything with better arcane defense? Yeah, as it happens, almost anything. The Choir set has better arcane defense. Gascoigne set has much better arcane defense. Much as I love my Bone Ash stuff, we need to go with what's effective here. Choir gloves. Choir trousers and blindfold cap. Yeah, this actually don't look half bad, if I'm being honest. Now that'll give us just a bit of extra coverage for his magic attacks. His physical attacks, on the other hand, are still going to be absolute hell to deal with, but, well, that's what the blades are for. Blades and backstabs. Servant pegged us. Oh my god. Run, run, run. Yeah, I think getting hit with the blow darts makes them more aggressive or something. My only concern now is that getting rid of the Bone Ash set's incredible physical resistance is going to make Ligarius's melee attacks nearly one-shot us. Those are the ones we've got to parry, though, so I mean, let's give it our best. Absolutely love the arena for this fight. It's a gorgeous, gorgeous setting. Alright, big guy, what you got? my god! No! The one time he breaks out his melee attacks, of course. Wish you could get his armor, though I don't think you can. I think the closest you can get is the Executioner set we picked up on the way up to the top of the castle. At some point I might want to go to either, well, I was going to say I might want to head to the Nightmare Frontier to pick up, a Blood Rock, so we can get these blades up to a +10, but if I'm correct, we can also get one really easily from the Nightmare of Mensis. Give me my bullets, please, thank you. The boss run for Ligarius is kinda long, I think. Again, that's one area where I think Dark Souls 2 is really, really solid. They typically have pretty forgiving, shorter boss runs in case players, you know, happened to hit a wall or needed more time or several tries to learn an encounter. Not so here. Well, not always so here. Some of them are really, really direct and fair. Like, say, the Celestial Emissaries and the boss after the Celestial Emissaries. But this one's a bit much for one of the hardest bosses in the base game. Now some folks can contest that. I do know lots of people say they have, like, no issues with this boss at all. Alright. Love the atmosphere of the fight, though. It's just very suitably menacing. So he is wide open while he performs that particular attack. Very good to know. Man, he can quick step like it's nobody's business, though, can't he? There we go. You seriously gonna tell me I missed that? God, all that noise. Really is a bit much, isn't it? Come on, man, move. So this is one of our better attempts. He is not moving at all. There we go. we go. Yep, yeah. Alright, phase 2. Gotta get that backstab. No! No! Fuck! Are you kidding me? Yeah, why not? Why not? Now, of course, you can't knock him off the roof. This is not the Iron Golem. We'll get there. We'll get there. I'm sorry, I know it's the way I'm doing this is very slow and cumbersome. It's not going to be the most pleasant fight to watch back, but we'll get there. Just give it a couple more tries. MC says, no, you're fine. Thanks a lot, man. Well, this is, yeah, I actually remember now having this discussion with friends when I was younger, when the game first came out. Bloodborne's... Again, I've said this in many different ways over the course of this playthrough, but looking at it now with a more critical eye, as much as I really love, say, the world and, like the character and boss design of Bloodborne, the game's difficulty as a whole feels almost prohibitively punishing in a way Dark Souls doesn't, if that makes sense. Like, the way I've explained this to people in the past is, in Dark Souls, a whole lot of things will kill you exactly once. Then you learn, like, an enemy's gimmick, or you learn the location of a trap, or you learn a way around a boss's attacks, and you move on. Bloodborne is more about, what's a good way of putting this? Dark Souls is about preparation, whereas Bloodborne is about execution, or, yeah, that's a good way of putting it. It expects a near-flawless performance of its players at certain times, for a protracted period of time, in a way that, again, Dark Souls kind of doesn't. You're given the ground to make mistakes in those games, as long as you've got the resources at hand, not just Estus, but things like armor, and spells, and weapon buffs, and things like that to make up the weight. MC says it displays how brutal this game is. Absolutely true. And again, I'm kinda leaning, the more I play the game, even when I'm not in the heat of the moment, to saying that might be to the game's detriment, ultimately, like how relentless it is. Because again, this does not just from a gameplay or a mechanical perspective, it doesn't have the same kind of feel-good sense that Exit does. Hey man, how's it going? Exit Dust says, took me 20 tries to kill him. Oh, I know, this was the hardest boss in the base game for me, in my first playthrough. There we go. Thank you. Come on, go for the homing orb. You know you want to. Give me the one we can react to. Oh, that would have done it. Okay, we've got to be at a really comfortable distance for him to... If we could ever, like, get him down into phase 2 for a minute and not immediately be thrown off the roof, we'll see. That phase is actually much easier to work with. Ooh. Okay, so that additional arcane resistance in this armor set actually really paid off. Oh no, you don't? Yeah, baby. Ooh! Rolled right into that one, actually. Oh no. Oh no. gotta get to the sword! No! Whew, whew. I do really like, though, that the ancient, emaciated old man is not really a caster as much as he is a brutal physical attacker. Like, at heart. No, no! Oh my god, I'm hyperventilating. Yes! There we are! Goodbye. Never again. Never, ever again. Alright. Thank you very much, Exit Dust. They say, well done. Good to see you, by the way, man. Hope you're having a good day so far. Now, with Ligarius gone, you'll notice, aside from getting a fairly paltry number of blood echoes from the fight, all things considered. Thanks, MC. Thank you very much. Nothing happened. And that's because we've kind of got a King's Ring situation here. You'll notice this somewhat, like, conspicuous archway at the end of the little pathway here. And we get an item next to our lamp called the Crown of Illusions. It's an actual helmet, you can use it. It doesn't have great defenses or anything really, but it's absolutely gorgeous. Well, I'd say it's gorgeous, but honestly, the color palette of the gemstones used, there's like no real consistency across them. It looks almost like... Okay, so colorful fake gemstones you would use to make like a crown in a kindergarten class applied to an actual diadem. One of the precious secrets of Canehurst, the old king's crown is said to reveal illusions and expose a mirage that hides a secret. So Ligarius donned the crown of his own volition, determined to prevent a single soul from stumbling upon the vile secret. What visions did he see, sitting serenely upon his new throne? Right, so this means obviously we've got to wear the crown specifically in his boss arena to open the way to, well, the cloister where the vile bloods were secreted away. And this is actually a really, really cool effect here. Turns out we were within arm's reach of the Vile Blood Court the entire time. And now time to get back into our favorite armor. And here we have the sad remnants of a very, very proud noble court. Lots of display armor at the bottom levels, but as we go up we'll find that all of these statues we've seen scattered around the castle are actually intended to take the place of the Vile Blood Court.
Get thee gone.
Because as it happens, the only remaining Vile Blood, the only one left alive, that we're aware of, at any rate, has been locked up here for so long and is so incredibly lonely that these statuettes kind of filled a void left by what was once a very bustling little community. Alright, Exit Dust, sounds good, man. Hope you enjoy your dinner. The only other Vile Blood, or character who may perhaps be a Vile Blood, we're kind of introduced to in this narrative is Ariana, the prostitute from the Cathedral Ward, because she's actually wearing Canehurst finery. We can find an unopened summons on, like, the writing desk here. And it is a key item, I believe. Right? No? Did I just miss it? Yeah, here we go. An old sealed summons. Like the first of its kind, it's an invitation to Canehurst, but for whom is not known, as it lacks an addressee. So we can actually give this to Alfred, you know, Ligarius's disciple with a, like, ridiculous hatred for the Vile Bloods, and send him here if we want to face the end of his quest line. Though, probably not going to do that in this playthrough, because as it happens, I really like the Vile Bloods, and their queen, Annalise, this woman here with the odd iron mask literally, like, forced onto her head, is one of the more pleasant characters in the entire game, at least insofar as their interactions with us.
Visitor. Moon-scented hunter. I am Annalise, Queen of Castle Canehurst. Ruler of the Vile Bloods, and sworn enemy of the Church. Yet our people are murdered, and we are prisoner to this wretched mask. What is it thou art in search of?
Yeah, we can swear an oath to the Vile Bloods, and like we did with Volter in the League, we can earn a special, like, communion or, like, a community rune, basically like a covenant rune from her.
Well.
Which is definitely what we want to do here.
We've tired of these piteous nights. Share in our plight, and take oath against the Church. If thou wouldst this path walk, I prithee, partake of my rotted blood.
Sure.
Farewell.
That sounds perfectly fine.
Of our blood. Feel the spreading corruption burn.
So while we're working our way through this dialogue here, any thoughts from chat on the Martyr Ligarius fight? I think,
Thou art too of our
aside from his damage output being maybe just a smidge too high, a complaint I'd have for a lot of things in Bloodborne, it's exceptionally designed in both phases. He's aggressive, like very aggressive in the second phase, which is unexpected for a physically frail, like, boss that up to that point seemed to have been depicting himself to be a powerful caster, and lived up to the role with a limited but potent roster of attacks in the first phase. I actually really like the mechanic of having the massive whirlwind of swords, like, homing in on you throughout the second phase that you have to, like, chase down the planted sword and hopefully destroy it to temporarily abate. I think it's, honestly, frustrating as it may be, one of the stronger fights from a conceptual standpoint that the base game has to offer. So we got, finally, the Canehurst Hunter badge and her rune, as well as respect. So we can offer her something called Blood Dregs, which we can earn, I think, by invading and killing other players, perhaps, in order to advance through
Await thy return.
the Covenant, so to speak.
Honor of Canehurst.
And I want to say the League, the Executioners, and the Vile Bloods are the only, like, major, like, pseudo-covenant organizations present in this game. There might be one more, but those are the only ones I can recall. And we get a lamp right at the foot of her throne. Annalise is perfectly civil and fairly, like, generous to us if we progress through her quest line. And, honestly, at this point, an enemy of the Healing Church, despite the good intentions of the Church, sounds good to us. The Vile Bloods, near as I can understand, are basically a coven of vampires, fairly, like, friendly neighborhood vampires, but vampires nonetheless, who simply wish to feed on blood. And maybe, like, it's intimated they want to ultimately sire, like, a child of the old ones in their royal line themselves, but they aren't nearly as aggressive about it as the Church of Mensis are. The Church of Mensis want to transcend humanity and become as old ones themselves, and, you know, we can imagine how well that's going to play out, or how well that did turn out for them, seeing as how they're all dead. The entire Church of Mensis, at least physically, are long dead. But just because their bodies have decayed doesn't mean they're gone. And in fact, the next leg of our journey is going to be entirely about squaring up against the remnants of the Church of Mensis in the Nightmare. Got plenty of those ritual materials, but what was I wanting to look at? Oh yeah, the Canehurst badge. Beautiful little insignia, isn't it? Badge of the Royal Guards of Canehurst, loyal guardians of the Vile Blood Queen Annalise. The Vile Bloods are hunters of blood and hunt prey as they search for blood dregs. The hunter who joins them is faced with a decision, to merely borrow their strength or to become one of them, heart and soul. This gives us access to a really nice armor set, as well as, I think, a special weapon. Look at all these guys. Yeah, so we now have access to the incredibly costly Chikage Katana, foreign-made weapon wielded by the royal guards who protect Annalise, Queen of the Vile Bloods at Canehurst Castle. With the intricate rippled engraving that spans the Chikage's blade is imbrued with... It says imbrued, but I'm fairly certain that's a typo and they were going for imbued with blood. The sword sings in scarlet hues. However, the rite eats away at the wielder's very essence. Yeah, so like the Tonitrus, this weapon does not necessarily have an alternate form, but you can temporarily coat it in your own blood, meaning that all attacks will drain your health for a short time in order to drastically increase its damage output. It's very, very expensive though, and it scales largely with blood tinge. A real shame, as it's got a pretty useful moveset, I think. It's basically a katana from say, Dark Souls 2 with a similar moveset, scaled in terms of speed and mobility to Bloodborne. But now, expensive as it is, we can get our hands on the Canehurst set, which, as you can see, has excellent physical and blood defense. And in fact, we might want to get this later on. It's pretty good as armor sets in this game go. Let's see how much we can get from all of our cold blood. Everything's more expensive in Bloodborne. I think we can say that with certainty. We've also got plenty of insight-based consumables, or insight-granting consumables. We're only going to use a handful, because I think your insight ultimately tops out at 99. Could be wrong about that, though. Yeah, we've got enough at least for the base armor, which I'm actually going to go for. Again, costs a ton of echoes, but it'll be worth it. Believe you me. It's actually slightly stronger against physical attacks than even... Honestly, in most cases, it appears to be all around better than our Bone Ash armor. And it's gorgeous. We're going to wait till we have the full set to equip it, though. So, next order of business, I suppose. Nightmare of Mensis, right? Well, let me see. I may need to take a... Yeah, give me just a minute, guys. I'm going to get myself a new drink and pick up a package that arrived. So give me about 3 minutes, and we'll be back with more Bloodborne. We're nowhere near the end of today's stream, since I have to take a brief hiatus to work on that course, like online hub page and syllabus. Writing one of those for the first time, that's an absolute nerve-wracking experience. I will be streaming for quite a while today, so no worries. We'll be back. Alright, actually, that didn't take nearly as long as I thought. So I think I can dive right back on in. Also needed to have a very, very quick snack to boost my blood glucose, so should be fine. Thank you, MC. Appreciate it, man. Now let's get ready to dive into, at least aesthetically, one of the most striking, honestly, eerily beautiful areas in the entire game. Remember, as I think our new audience member Seth said the other day, or yesterday, really encapsulated the design aesthetic of this game. Everything is so disgusting and so beautiful. Sounds like that would be contradictory, but it's really not. As we shall see here. There's a kind of 2.5 bosses in this fortress. As you'll see, we just took a massive amount of frenzy damage, or frenzy buildup. And that's because, as I said when we first appeared, or first reached the Nightmare Menses. MC says, disgusting and beautiful is exactly what I remember from the anime Psycho Pass. I think I've actually played a bit of one of the games based on that anime. Just a bit. It was offered for free as like one of the PlayStation Plus games for a given month. And I remember it being like it was a visual novel type thing, so it was very linear, based around like investigating a series of murders, I think. But it was pretty good, yeah. MC says human body is a canvas for art. Ugh. Maybe that's not the property I'm thinking of then. So, did you see that glowing light that began to appear in the tower when we started to take our frenzy damage? That is where the old one in question is held up, or hold up. And we want to... It'll be going out of our way just a smidge, but we do want to ultimately reach them and slay them. There are... MC says it can be the same Psychopaths. Might be, then. The enemies in this area are not ultimately what we're going to be looking out for. It's going to be the, it's going to be the frenzy buildup. There's plenty of winter lanterns here, and, that old one is an absolute champ when it comes to dealing frenzy damage. So, what we want to do, actually, is avoid placing our camera's focus. Oh, they have lightning attacks here now, do they? Don't think they did in the Frontier, but Alright, that's cool. There's not too many of these guys, but... Oh, they also spawn leeches, our very favorite enemies. So we want to avoid focusing our camera on the loft where the old ones hold up, because I think that actually only deals more frenzy damage. If we don't look at it, it can't hurt us. As much, anyway. Oh my god. We're actually running from these guys because what you want to do, believe it or not, is just, like, truck it straight on into the castle as quick as we can. Giant I would have said notwithstanding, but... Oh god. I'm sorry, I totally forgot. The silver beasts here, I think that's what they're called, silver beasts, have a totally different moveset. They also do not stop chasing you, apparently. We've got a bell ringer, never mind. And it's spider time. Running through this area, at least up to this stage, is actually a perfectly viable tactic. If we want to gather the spare treasures out there, we'll want to do so... Hi. Yeah, lots of spiders here. We're going to have to fight our way through all of them. I think the large one doesn't respawn, but the rest of them do. That sounds right. These are the very same spiders we ran into. Jesus! Jesus! Oh, that was bad. That was so bad. They could deal so much damage so quickly in the labyrinth. I think there's a lamp not too far after the spiders, though, so we've not too far to go. This is a pretty tricky area, as fitting of what is, and feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, the final, like, full area you've got to fight through in the base game. No! Wow! Wow! There's not many of these guys here. I don't think there's any of them at all inside the castle. But damn, they do a lot of damage. Wow. And yeah, they do have a totally separate moveset from the variants in the Frontier, I think. And also, we deal, like, no damage to these. Fortunately, it looks like they can take frenzy damage as well. Or frenzy buildup. There we go, that's what we wanted to see. Oh, you can hear, like, our heartbeat just pounding away. Oh, that is so eerie. You can hear something's heartbeat, anyway. Yeah, it looks like the safer way may actually be just to kite these guys. Oh! Or, sorry, would have said that, but leeches. Forgot about the leeches. I'm sorry, this is not very good play today. The more I think about it, Bloodborne just might not be my game in this franchise. I'm actually much better at Sekiro than I am Bloodborne. Though, again, And MC, at the end of this playthrough, I'd be very interested to hear your thoughts as, like, a dev from this perspective. I honestly cannot tell if this game is designed for difficulty in a way that is perhaps more detrimental than Dark Souls is, or not. I honestly do not know. I can't tell. Alright, so strong attacks. Strong attacks are your friends against those. Oh, here it comes. Unless, there we go. Totally forgot that the giants show up again here. MC says, well, I could tell that there's been something bothering about this game since I started watching it being played. Something bothering you about the game? Like from a design perspective? Oh, even before your playthrough. Yeah, there... MC says I cannot put my finger on it. I honestly think it's just that compared to Dark Souls, since we've gone through the first two games in that franchise, playing them back to back, it feels like the design is meant to be punishing rather than challenging, if that makes sense, if the dichotomy there, or the distinction there is clear. Like, Dark Souls is meant to, and the developers have been very explicit about this from the start, present the player with a really, really trying but perfectly surmountable challenge so that players get a sense of satisfaction every time they conquer a brand new obstacle. It feels rewarding. Your serotonin just kind of, or those dopamine generators in your brain just start firing off left, right, and center. Bloodborne feels like, and I swear this is to compensate, at least in part, for a shorter campaign. Bloodborne is intended, or like it's designed, to constantly punish or antagonize its players, maybe taking that design aesthetic a bit too far. And I really appreciate the choices that are intended to encourage players to adopt a more aggressive playstyle who had been used to a more passive style, say in Dark Souls, but it feels like, again, they go just a bit too far, if that makes any sense. Tell you what, we're going to use the Phantasm Shell to get an arcane, maybe? But yeah, I will agree, something feels very off here. And not necessarily like bad, just strange. Oof, you are the worst. I love the arcane effect on our weapon, though. That's very nice. And it's just swinging for the fences. Oh my god! Do we have any? Yeah, here we go. Molotov's time to shine. There we go, and I'm pretty sure the great big spider doesn't respawn. I could be wrong about that, but I don't believe it does. Now we've got a bell ringer we need to see to before we deal with anything else. Shaman bone blades. Don't think we've run into any of those yet, have we? Oh. Hello, enemy hunter. Oh, he's got the holy blade. Oh, no. Oh, I remember this guy now. So it looks like the Rosmarinus... I could have sworn it had some special effect, but it just drains your health like there's no tomorrow. MC says, I never saw Dark Souls before your playthrough. Yeah, it feels very weird playing this immediately after a Dark Souls game, I can say that. Like that! What the hell? Yeah. I hate to be this, not even negative, but just kind of quizzically critical. But I also feel like something's very off here. Not even like poor design so much as like very confusing design philosophy going into this. Oh no, the big one does respawn. Never mind. Why do you deal so much damage? Right, never mind. Let him just no-sell everything we've got to offer. Again, I'm really sorry about this, but... this game... I have a feeling, and I'm not saying this, like, with comic intent, I'm being honest. Oh, hello, what's this? Balcony? Balcony, here we go. I have a feeling that at the end of this, like, little experiment with the entire Soulsborne series, certainly not from, like, a lore or world-building perspective, because I love me some cosmic horror, but this will be my least favorite entry in the franchise. I think Sekiro actually does what this game was going for, from a design perspective, much, much better. Even though that's a very different game. Oh, of course. Yeah, no, sorry, never mind. I feel like by the end of this, we're going to have died in this game probably as many times as we did in Dark Souls 1 and 2 combined. And MC, since you raised that point about the design, I'm racking my brain trying to think what it could be. Oh, here she is! Oh, we got some kin blood. That's something, honestly. MC says, I think I know why what bothers me in this game is more evident because you played Dark Souls 2 before. And that game has kind of a similar design ethos, you mean? Or because Dark Souls 2 improved upon so many things present in the first Dark Souls, and had really, really astounding design. So tell you what. We don't have to fight this guy. And right now, because I really want to show you guys the next boss, I'm not gonna. Pardon me, excuse me, just gotta get to a lamp. Nothing personal. Oh, who am I kidding? He'll probably follow us down here. Yeah, of course he will. What exactly is the timing like on your parries? How much friggin' damage does he do with that sword? That's the untransformed state, for the record. Oh, and he's got an auger, too. Of course he does. Why wouldn't he? There we go. Never again. Whew. He's got plenty of sedatives, and God knows I need him after that. So this area is kind of interesting. There's a number of these, hold on, we probably want some light, so we'll get the hand lantern on. There we go. There's a number of these weird little iron-masked creatures running about. Ritual materials, nice. And by and large, they're not terribly aggressive. Kind of like the mushroom people in the first Dark Souls. There are some, which are larger ones, which are incredibly aggressive. They can deal damage, of course, because, well, you know what game we're playing. But, yeah, they're kind of passive and not terribly threatening, this version. The larger ones have, like, I want to say poisoned flails? And they can be quite dangerous. Good news, though, we got a shortcut, a lift back down to the lamp. Thank you, God. This stage, in particular, is very, very generous with its shortcuts, and I do applaud that. Would we say that so far, based off, or out of the games we've played in this kind of sub-genre on the channel, Dark Souls 2 probably has the best design? Scholar the First Sin edition, specifically. I'd say so. Unpopular and controversial in opinion, that may be. Ooh, all that blood. Beast blood pellet. Still not used one of those in this playthrough. Lots of, like, disused cages and smashed mirrors. Really like the atmosphere in here. It feels like a Victorian-era research facility from an absolute nightmare. we're actually not far at all from our next boss. It was really interesting. Like, really, really interesting, and I think has some very unusual, but in a good way, design decisions, represented in, like, his mechanics. Oh, here's one of the big ones. Right, they have cleavers as well. Oh, and it's not a chain, it's not a flail, it's a chain. Silly me. Bottomless pit here, beware the bottomless pit. A cage full of books. Man, once I'm done with grad school, that's where all of mine are going. So there's several of the larger nightmare denizens around here. So, like, they're wearing full-on chain armor, so can we infer that they're either older or representative of a people much, much older than the Yharnamites? That's kind of my read. Oh, right, some of them do have ranged weapons. Poison or toxic crossbows, I think. You can distinguish these by their slightly differently shaped helmets. They've got what look kind of like horns on the side of their masks. Ooh! Oh no, sorry. They deal toxic damage. Yikes. Fortunately, though, they're very, very slow. There we go, that got her. So I'm thinking too, like now, MC, you've got me racking my brain trying to discern, like, clearly, objectively, what the big difference is, aside from, like, the basic approach to the mechanics in combat we've covered that I don't think are what feels off about this game, not in the least, or its design. It seems like beyond the oftentimes excessive damage output, compared to the first two games, a whole lot of attacks seem to track to a greater degree. Sorry, excuse me, a greater degree in this game. Does that seem right? Or is that just me, like, trying to read something into the game's mechanics that isn't there? It feels like there's a bit more tracking. Probably, or maybe to encourage, like, better use of the enhanced iframes associated with your dodge. Because obviously, compared to Dark Souls 2, especially with the interference of the adaptability stat, it is much easier to use your iframes to just phase straight through an attack, and it feels really good and really satisfying. And maybe they wanted you to make greater use of that mechanic, so made it harder to just naturally evade an enemy attack, or some enemies' attacks. Notice here, by the way, all of these spiders either pinned to the ground by, or, like, sort of giving sprout to trees. There's these gnarled little trees growing out of all of them, and of course spider eggs just everywhere. Oh, and some of my favorite enemies now, dog-headed crows. Welcome to the Nightmare Immensis, folks, where everything's fine. We have now hit the point in the game where things just start going bonkers. MC says that's an interesting point. I don't know if it's true. Oh, there's also a crow-headed dog. A very durable crow-headed dog. This is the last time in the main game we'll be seeing our buddies, I think. Some of my favorite enemies. Farewell. MC says, what if they have lengthier attack moves to abuse the life out of your invulnerability frames? Oh! Oh, yeah. That might actually be it, because hasn't it seemed at least a couple times, like with big bosses in particular, like we've gotten hit either by backswings or by attacks that, at least in terms of the initial, like, violent movement, have technically concluded, but, like, also taken full damage from them instead of the partial damage we often would from Dark Souls? That might have something to do with it. Yeah. Ooh! My bad. We have to roll into that cage. I think. Yep. Special blood gem. Well, not a special one, but a powerful one. We'll take it. Ooh! Gotta watch your head in this area. More crow-headed dogs. Bloodstone? Kin cold blood, very good. I will say, the atmosphere and the design of this area is absolutely breathtaking. And notice, off in the distance, you can see the skies changing color and also the peaks of the Nightmare Frontier. Yeah, see, you can see the tower we fought Amygdala at the base at. Right off in the distance there. Just as we could see this castle from the Frontier. That is really cool, and very easy to miss. I quite like that. Here we've got a couple shortcuts. And this one, hey presto, drops us at a special lamp, or a new lamp, I should say. MC says, if that's correct, what bothers me with the game is that enemies can swap between long patterns and short patterns at any point. There does, to your point, seem to be way less in the way of, like, telegraphing or, what's the proper word? Or reset time for enemies between attacks. Telegraphing before attacks, or, like, reset after attacks. To be fair, we've been made much more agile and adaptable physically, so that might be an attempt to serve as a counterweight to that increased capability of the player, but it does feel a little off. You're absolutely right. So we're almost to the boss. And what a beautiful arena we have, or beautiful area we have to fight them in. I absolutely love this ramshackle light fixture. Looks like it's actually crafted... Looks either like a chandelier or one of the sensors we've seen around the area. We'll see a unique enemy here that, aside from this corridor, I think is only fought in the boss battle. These weird marionettes. They deal a ton of damage, because Bloodborne enemies, but aren't super durable. Okay, nothing else here. We're actually going to go ahead and try to fight this boss now, because believe me, healing items are not going to do us any good. We're either going to just chew straight through them, or they're going to one-shot us. As I said, the boss is actually one of my favorites in the game. Very interesting. And oh man, are you guys ready? This boss is where I got the name for today's stream, or the subtitle for today's stream. His voice acting, his performance, his lines are incredible. So you remember that mummy, right? Like the mummified head of the School of Mensis we made contact with in order to get transported into this area? Well, he still survives on in the dream, as did, say, the Mensis scholar with the sword we had to fight to get in here. And now it's time to throw down with the person kind of directly responsible for a lot of Yharnam's contemporary woes, the head of the School of Mensis, who sought to transcend humanity by welcoming the Old Ones into our world and becoming as them. Oh, I love this fight. I love this fight so much.
Ah, cause. Some say cosm. Do you hear our prayers? We should not abandon the dream. No one can catch us. No one can
Even the
stop
blocking.
us.
This is so ridiculous. I love it. Cackling madly as he slowly walks away. Yeah, so, this is Mikolash, host of the Nightmare and leader of the School of Mensis. He has really two major tactics: summoning marionettes at various points to, like, intercept us, and running. Our goal is to chase him down through a series of corridors and mirrors. He can actually use disused mirrors. Oh. What the hell? I love it. I love him so much. He can use those mirrors to teleport around, and our goal is to chase him down until we corner him in a dead-end area, where we can wail on him for a while. And he fights as an unarmed human opponent. He physically is very, very weak. The only catch being... okay.
Grant us eyes. Grant us eyes.
Brilliant. He has access to, in the first phase, the Augur of Abraetus artifact, you know, the little tentacle lash attack, but in the second phase, in a very tightly enclosed space, he gets a Call Beyond. You know, the kind of homing, arcane orb attack that could one-shot us when the Choir Assassin used it at Bergenworth? Yeah, he's no joke when he busts out those artifacts, but if we're fighting him physically, just mano a mano, he will go down very quickly. Oh, and we're already in phase 1. Okay. Time to throw down, Mickey. After we, get rid of your support, of course. I forgot that he has puppets in this first room. Notice he is, not the most active fighter. Ow. Man, they don't mess around. There we go. Oh my god. He can execute his attacks really quickly. And we reduced him to half health, but now we've got to chase him down.
Majestic! Hunter is a hunter, even in a dream. But alas, not too fast.
The arena for this fight is incredible. I love this vast library lined with the nightmare fog. It really does feel climactic, like, hey, we're at the source of the nightmare that's been plaguing this city, and we're finally about to shut it down. At least we think we are. I don't think we get anything at all for doing away with Mikolash's puppets, so best to just run past him. What do you got? No, no. Bloodstone chunks, good. Oh, hello. Oh, it's these that have the flails. Some of the smaller ones. Notice that Mikolash is such a non-threat at this point that I'm just going treasure hunting. Oh, probably shouldn't head down there quite yet, though. We can explore all this after he's gone. What does this one drop? Dirty blood gem, so a poisonous blood gem, right? Oh, there he goes again. Plenty of blood vials, thank you, thank you. The most epic music for what essentially amounts to a chase scene. Oh, he's going straight into the final phase of the fight. Or no, he's not. Not yet. Now we have to make our way around to him. I think these might be like other members of the School of Mensis that he's repurposed. We didn't have to chase him hardly at all, though. That's surprising. All we have to do is find a way around into his chamber. This is probably the most unusual fight in the entire game, from a design perspective, and again, I quite like it. It is a shame that you can't really use the X button for any functionality while he's talking, but you get some amazing dialogue out of it. Bloodstone, nice. Oh, is this him?
Some say cousin. Praise as you once did for the vacuous Rome.
Okay, hold on. No, do not perform a gesture. Because he's gonna break out a call beyond. It is arcane resistance time. Right, let's do this. He's breaking out that Captain Kirk Kung Fu. There we go. Yeah, baby.
Now I'm waking up. I'll forget everything.
He sounds drunk. Wow. Okay. That, friends, is the closest thing to an actual villain we have in this game. What a fight. What a fight, what a character. A fond farewell to all the scenery he chewed between the entrance of the library and here. What did we think of that fight, friends? He didn't even bust out a Call Beyond, which was very, very lucky. Now all we have to do is make it to the top of the castle and deal with the old ones holed up here. One of them's totally optional. The one that was, like, inflicting frenzy upon us as we were rushing the gates. But the other is not. The other is, depending on the ending you're going for, actually the game's final boss. So we get the Mensis cage, which is indeed a helmet with pretty poor stats, I think. The School of Mensis controls the unseen village. This hexagonal iron cage suggests their strange ways, allowing one to see... the cage is a device that restrains the will of the self, allowing one to see the profane world for what it is. It also serves as an antenna that facilitates contact with the Great Ones of the Dream. Yeah, sure, whatever. But to an observer, the iron cage appears to be precisely what delivered them to their harrowing nightmare. Now that is styling. I don't know about y'all, but I think we found the best helmet in the game. MC says he's of the more common kind of madness, a refreshing presentation in an insane and depressing world. Right, like after all of these horrifying eldritch beings, here is the closest thing to an antagonist we're going to give you, somebody who actually has ill intentions and is working to do harm to this world for one reason or the other. And not only is he completely mad, he's also a pushover. Unless, of course, he gets a Call Beyond off. If he does, as I've said, this fight goes from kind of a joke fight to one of the harder fights in the game. I've heard that in New Game Plus, when he gains more health and his attacks deal more damage, Mikolash is actually one of the hardest bosses in the game, in some people's opinion. Given how much damage artifacts can do in this game, I definitely believe that. I definitely believe that. So, that lowered a bridge for us, gave us a lamp, but we've got quite a bit more treasure to collect before we proceed onwards. Treasure to collect, and then probably get the rest of the Canehurst set and level up if we can. We got everything from this area, I think. Love that the fog machine stays on after he dies. Very, very atmospheric. Really, I think the most dangerous thing waiting for us up ahead, short of the boss, is probably going to be a cadre of Winter Lanterns we have to defeat to make it down to the optional Great One. MC says, I am a bit sad that you never get a proper kiting boss, one that would lure you through its minions. Well, probably the closest we get is the Celestial Emissary to what you're specifically referring to. But other than that, I would say, well, the Celestial Emissary and Rom both have really good AI that's designed to incorporate the movements of their minions into their boss fight with some measure of coherence. But I do see what you're saying, yeah. Would be interesting to have something like that. MC says Mikolash is kind of doing it. Well, for some weird reason, he, at least the way I remember fighting him, he runs around these areas in circles a few times, triggering all of the puppets, or most of them, as you run him down before he runs into the little, like, enclosed arenas where you can actually wail away on him. So it's possible we just got uncharacteristically lucky, but in the fight I remember, he does just that. He, like, chases you, or he leads you along a path that will trigger all or most of his puppets. We got the Iron Door Key. One of the 3 great bridges that link the 2 cathedral castles. This key opens the iron door that leads to the mid-level bridge. There are no thieves in the nightmare. Then why lock a door? Be warned. There must be a very, very good reason. I think that's how we're going to get, ultimately, to our old one, the one I'm gunning for right now. But we shall see. We shall see. Good thing I came down here to check that out, then. Because I did not remember that key at all. As he says, oh, by the way, watched a streamer complete Hand of Fate 2. Another one gets the bad ending. Did you try giving them some suggestions as to how to earn the good ending, as you did with me, or were they just not having it and wanted to get it over with? And he says they figured it out with a hint. I gotcha. It's such a shame, though, because I think that game's good ending feels so rewarding. You actually, for a largely text-based game, you feel a bizarre sense of community with, like, the little party you gather across the game, since you need to complete all of their quest lines and spend a good deal of time with them each to get the best ending. Alright, so let's get us some armor. First things first. This paper-thin silver armor is said to deflect blood of ill intent, and is what allows the royal guards to capture prey for their beloved queen, so that one day she may bear a child of blood, which I think is meant to suggest a child of the old one. So again, even the Vile Bloods aren't necessarily good people, they're just nice to us, which in Bloodborne's world is more than enough. Check this out, would ya? Oh man, this may be the only set I like the aesthetics of more than the Bone Ash, and it would be a really close toss-up for me. I love, like, the little silver scales hanging down. And so he says, it's almost as if they did characterization. Yeah, imagine an RPG actually developing its cast. To be fair, a lot of games recently have done really, really well with that. I think games on the whole, especially on the indie scene, but AAA games as well, just not what we typically think of when we think AAA. I mean games with that kind of budget and backing. In the RPG space, tend to do really well with their characterization. Or they're getting better and better at it, I should say. Let me see, we got like the super moon rune, right? The clear moon rune. Acquire even more blood echoes. Given what we're up against, we might actually want to do that. The additional damage from visceral attacks ain't gonna be super important for the time being. Do we have enough to level up?
Very well, then.
We need just a few hundred more, dang it. And we've got plenty of cold blood, but it's the strong stuff, so probably don't want to waste that yet. There's a DLC weapon. So we're heading back to the central area of Murgo's loft. Remember, the old ones have been trying to sire an heir or another one of their number through a human host. Hence why they've impregnated, say, Ariana and Yosefka. And, well, they ultimately got their wish, or they have at several points throughout history, as our real target here is the source of that baby's crying we've heard at various points throughout the game, like since the Blood Moon rose. That's where our optional old one is, I think, right over across that bridge. Hey, welcome back, Exit Dust. We are nearing the end of the base game. And trying out some very stylish new armor. And so he says, I would say many are going back to making archetypal characters, which is the best fit for a short story. Kind of ridiculous that kind of characterization has been criticized heavily. Yeah, it all depends on the ultimate purposes of your cast, like the type of work you're writing for, as you say, the length or the complexity of the work. Sometimes simple or boilerplate characters can serve as a perfectly valid, like, sort of default template, I think. And it's more about what you do with them than, like, what they start out as or what you're going for. Oh, hey! You recognize them? This is really, really cool. As regular enemies here, but only here, we can run into the Shadow of Yharnam. Exit Dust says 2 more bosses to go. Well, technically 3 in the main game. Well, sorry, 4. Because I am going to be fighting the thing holed up at the very, very top of the cathedral. A boss that, during my initial playthrough, years ago, I actually never defeated. But we're going to be doing that some point later. And I'm also going to be playing the DLC myself for the very first time. So we didn't miss anything, right? We do have another lift, though. We'll want to take this one. Does this one stay open? Yeah, this is the one we want to roll out of at a certain point. Yeah, you can roll out over there, and that'll take you across to the old one, I believe. The one that was casting, or assailing us with those blood spears. Exodus says, oh, you didn't do that one yet? No, I did not. I'm waiting to develop my character as much as I possibly can before I take it on. Hey, there we go. Stuck the landing. Now for the hard part. So this bridge is lined with winter lanterns. A lot of them. What do we got? Is it a ritual item? Inflicted organ, yeah. So we want to catch these from behind if we can. Oh my god. They actually deal more and more frenzy buildup, I think, the higher your insight is. No! Damn it! Ah. Exodus says, so that's 5 bosses then. Yes. I think? No. We've taken down the Celestial Emissary. So there should be one at the top of this castle, 2 final bosses, and then the thing in the cathedral. Yes. Then, of course, there's all the stuff in the Chalice dungeons, and the 5 bosses. 5 bosses! No! No! Oh, hell! That is normally how my encounters with, like, that elevator go. And yeah, the DLC for this game is the largest, I want to say, ever released for a FromSoft game. Because it introduces 3 very, very sizable areas, along with 5 bosses. I want to say one of which is completely optional. That's way more content. And of course, tons of armor sets and weapons and things like that. Loads more content than anything else they've ever released. Exodus says, yeah, I didn't know you'd taken out Big Mushroom Dude. One of my favorite bosses in terms of design. I just love that it is a adorable, gelatinous, again? Really? God damn. I'm so bad at this game. Exodus says, seriously though, you need to drop some insight. That might be a good idea for the short term. It'll make... MC says you gotta live dangerously. So true. For most things, up through the mid to late game, I would say, especially if I'm showing all this stuff off for an audience, you actually kind of want a lot of insight, because it lets you see and do a lot of cool stuff a little bit earlier. But yeah, the amount of frenzy damage that you take specifically from Winter Lanterns is correlated closely to the amount of insight you have. So since we have maxed out insight, they're going to, like, just rake us over the coals. No better time to pick up those armor sets, though, right? Or the one armor set that's left over, Henrik stuff. Why not? And what else would we want while we're here? Did I ever pick up the small resonant bell or the sinister resonant bell? Well, we've got them now. MC says Brady already knows how hardcore of a player I could be. Oh yeah, no. MC's actually, first off, actually good at games, and secondly, really adept when it comes to challenging themselves with some just ridiculous obstacles. I'm not exactly big on skill, but rather am just extremely stubborn. So we dropped some insight. That should help a little bit. Just trust me when I say we really want to do this. Let's retrieve all 0 of those blood echoes. We really want to make it to the other side of that bridge. There we are. Now, does a sedative... Okay, I was going to say, does it also temporarily increase our resistance to frenzy? Because that'd be nice. Or maybe... armor. Henrik's set has some of the best frenzy resistance out of anything we have. As does Jura's. Huh. Hold on. Who knew? Exodus says no, it doesn't. Oh, crap. They caught me with its arm, and yeah. Oh, it's so gross, isn't it? I would have thought that, like, the choir set would have, like, really high frenzy resistance, given that they were used to communing with the old ones. The reward for pulling this off is really worth it, trust me. Exodus says no, it doesn't. Is there a better armor set that we have access to that I might just not have yet? I mean, I'm sure there is. This doesn't seem like it should have some kind of spectacular frenzy resistance, but come on. There we are. Alternatively, turn this into Metal Gear Solid. But, like, with blood. Oh, is there just the one here? No, there's two, right? One on each. Yeah, sorry, three. Yikes. Oh, I see. No, Exodus says, no, you asked if sedatives gives you resistance, and the answer is no. I got you. Thank you very much. And time to fight some human spiders, because why not? Oh god, you're so gross. Just like Patches, but even worse with those terrible bowl cuts. As the son of a cosmetologist, I am incredibly offended by this. Back to the 60s with you. As he says, was looking at Beasthood attribute, you can get one-shot Moon through maxing it, apparently. And monk spiders. Yeah, they were. I guess those were also members of the School of Mensis at one point? Like most things here were, I'm assuming. This is what we want. Okay. You see that disgusting looking thing in the tower right down there? That is what was assailing us with the blood spears during our approach to the castle. That is like, I think the Brain of Mensis, it's called. It is a great one. And we are going to waste it in very, very short order, just by doing this, basically. I love this, actually. Best takedown of an old one we're gonna see in the entire game. Just drop it from the tower. Now, it's not... Exodus says the spiders look like Lloyd from Dumb and Dumber. Oh my god, they kinda do. You're right. That is not the end of the Brain of Mensis, unfortunately. But we have now eliminated any chance of it dealing damage to us as we, like, explore the exterior of the castle. And we've also been given the opportunity to track it down later and finish it off in exchange for a couple pretty cool little bonuses. What on earth is causing frenzy buildup? Oh, of course. Of course, there's a Winter Lantern over there. Well, let's give this the old college try. Oh no! No! God almighty! Shit. Worst enemies in the game, I think. Or the most dangerous, at least. Easily. Compared to a lot of enemies, too, I think, like, the hitbox for their grab is, it's not off or anything, but it's very generous. Now there's more stuff we gotta do over there, isn't there? Do we have to go back down there to finish off the Brain of Mensis, or do we access that through another... Yeah. Exodus says you can now approach it from the other side with the iron key. That's right. So we don't need to go back down there, right? Whew. Alright, so now that the hard part's out of the way, let's fight the Shadows of Yharnam again. They aren't quite as durable as they were earlier on, I want to say. Exodus says nope. Good, 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 good. Oh wait, no, this is the one with the candle. And on its own, or on her own, she's fairly frail. Oh, and the one with just a katana seemingly got caught on the geometry there. Well, that's lucky. We've got the Pyromancer, though. Hey, there we are. And yeah, these are much weaker than the variants fought as bosses in the Forbidden Woods. Really cool to see them again, though. I actually kind of wish they would show up as recurring enemies a bit more often. MC says, do you think running naked towards Eldritch Horrors would frenzy them? I can only hope so. We do get, like, a couple really disturbing-looking Eldritch weapons later on in the DLC, I think, so... Yeah, that could do the trick. And Exodus says you're confusing frenzied with aroused. That would be, that'd be an interesting Souls game. Horrifying in a totally different way. No, Frenzy is actually this game's answer to Bleed, and in my opinion it's actually a bit worse. Bloodstone chunks, nice. And here we have one of my favorite late-game enemies, the Pig of Eyes. You'll barely get a chance to see it, but it actually has, like, a ton of eyes covering, like, the entirety of its head. Or there might be another one, you might be able to see that. Farewell, Pig of Eyes. We knew you well. Wouldn't be Bloodborne if you didn't get one last chance to shove your hand right up a pig's ass and kill it. Is a thing I just said. Hello, Bloodstone Critter. Oh, you're a durable one, ain't you? More chunks. Excellent, excellent. Oh, and there's the bell-ringing woman. Well, let's take care of this quickly. Oh, another Shadow of Yharnam, right? Oh, jeez. Okay, let's take out the shadow. Oh my! I was wondering where the others were. My answer is right around the bend. MC says just add Eldritch to every creature's name and it'll sound better. Eldritch Pig. Yeah, that's fair. And Exodus asks, do you know where the door for that iron key is, or do you need a hint? I think we might be able to track it down. Give me just a minute. I'm going to try to get to the top of the castle and kill the proper boss first. And then track down the door. Now, I think these Shadows of Yharnam do respawn, which is fine, as we can take them. Come on, right this way, ma'am. Alright, and this should get rid of her. I swear it sounds like they're female. I don't know for certain, but... They're Thumerians, I know that much. They're much, much older than the city of Yharnam. They're actually the shadows of Queen Yharnam, the very, very pale woman in, like, the bridal gown we encountered after we defeated Rom, very briefly. One more time for the Pig of Eyes. Eldritch Pig of Eyes, sorry. Time to carve up the old Christmas roast. Get some blood vials for the trouble, thank you very much. And this time we're gonna kite the shadows of Yharnam over here before we get the bell ringer. I actually really, really like this area's final boss. It's, surprisingly enough for this stage of the game, I don't remember it having that many attacks, or any at all really, that can reliably one-shot characters. Instead, it just deals a number of fairly small damage attacks out in very, very fast succession. On, where are the others? Here you are. Y'all not gonna do anything? There we go. Oh, and it may just be one here. Okay, fine, whatever. Not a problem for me. I'm gonna be looking out for the third one, of course, but... Dropped a blood vial, thank you very much. Oh, is the third one going to be over here? Oh no, that's a pack of 4 of them. They make really solid late game enemies, I think, and another Pig of Eyes. For whatever reason. Oh. Sorry, double pig. Oh god. You're so gross, I love you. Oh! Wow. Thing's official name is the Man-Eater Boars. I think that's a brilliant name, but I think Eldritch Pig of Eyes is just as solid. Well, that or Exploitable Backstab Ass. Your choice, really. Here we get some very concentrated Kin Cold Blood. That'll be useful for some upgrades or level ups down the line. It does says, grant us eyes. Mikolash is probably my favorite part of the endgame. Come on. Come at us with the sword. Thank you. It just says, oh yeah, it was great. It was. Amazingly, he ran straight into, like, his dead-end arenas right off the bat in both phases during our fight with him this time, which is... Don't know if that was something they patched in after the fact, but we didn't have to chase him, like, at all. Okay, so she actually will use her Tonitrus. Oh, we actually parried the jumping slash. That's great. MC says, one back-eye pig. And Exodus says, oh yeah, I had that happen as well. It's a bug. I would say, given how much easier it made the fight, I'm gonna pull a Bethesda and say that's a feature. He also never once even attempted to bust out a Call Beyond, which I thought was strange, but oh, here she is. Once more, this is Yharnam, the Thumerian queen. And the mother of the old one we're here technically to, well, to polish off. It does says, huh, Bethesda granted. Yeah. Oh, we have some of Yosefka's blood vials here? Or one of Yosefka's blood vials. Must have been taken here by the celestial emissaries that invaded the clinic. MC says, it just works. Yeah, don't look at Fallout 76. It just works. Definitely don't look at that Elder Scrolls Blades mobile game. It just works. It's totally fine to use the same exact engine, unmodified largely, for decades. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. You people will buy anything. It's fine. So now that we've unlocked that shortcut, it's time to square up against Queen Yharnam's daughter. Exodus says, hey, it's not... Do you guys not have phones? Ooh, that was very, very bad from just a PR or even a human interaction angle. Now, I've never played any of the Diablo games myself, but I know people absolutely adore them, and, now look, I feel so bad for the guy who, had to make that announcement for, I think it was Diablo Immortal, right? Because obviously, it's not his choice to unveil a game like that in such a disappointing fashion and then have to defend it. But, not a great rollout, I don't think. MC says, that song is one I found before the craze and thought it was weird not seeing it be more popular. Oh, the, Todd Howard It Just Works Bethesda musical. So, this old one, probably the most blameless of all, is just a literal infant. She cannot... Oh, yeah, MC, that's absolutely fantastic. She cannot defend herself at all. And... being implied to have been born from formless Erden, one of the, most powerful old ones, she's totally invisible. And she's just set out here in this pram. So we're not going to fight her, in as much as we're going to fight the old one tasked with guarding and raising her. This fantastic... largely invisible avian, Murgo's wet nurse. She does everything we do with our chosen weapon, only much better. And the boss music is just this disturbing music box playing softly in the distance. I love this fight. I love this fight! Oh. Such a fitting conclusion to, our war against the old ones. At least for now. Oh, stay away from this. It's also a very quiet boss. Uncharacteristic of Bloodborne, wouldn't you say? Trying to get around to the crow. Oh, that'll ruin your day. Okay, so I'm thinking Arcane might actually be better for this due to the range. Oh, that's bad. So, while this fog blankets the arena, it can use a number of additional abilities, and I think teleport later on. like, blink into existence to perform attacks, and then very quickly vanish once again. Oh! Sorry, no, it can do that. My bad. Yes, thank you. Exodusty can clone itself, and it can extend its limbs. It's a really good fight. I really, really dig it. Exodus said most of the Diablo community already knew there was a D4 coming, but instead of showing us a glimpse, they came with a mobile game. Yeah, that's not a good move to make, especially for a community as, like, devoted as most of Blizzard's fan bases are. So I know we opened that shortcut, but, well, I wouldn't be who I am if I didn't... Oh no, we can still make use of that shortcut. I was gonna say, I wouldn't be who I am if I ever did things the smart and sensible way. I think we're wearing the same mask, or a version of the same mask that Queen Annalise does. Exodus says, yeah, like the Pontiff, a boss from later in the series we'll be seeing sometime in the future. And MC says, I played a lot of Diablo 2 as a teen. I know my uncle, who, for the longest time was a pediatric, open-heart surgeon. Absolutely adored playing, I think, the first Diablo in his downtime. Back maybe during his residency, or during his practice, maybe one or the other. Acidus says, I'll boot up D3 from time to time. I have a friend who absolutely swears by it. No, that takes us down, right? Yeah, we don't want that. Back up we go. He says was gifted the game by an internet friend who sadly passed away. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, man. That's dreadful. Obviously, it's lovely that they wanted to share something like that with you, though. Here we go. This is the lift we were going for. I've heard that Diablo 3 was greatly improved by, like, post-launch patches and, like, fine-tuning. And hey, we are gifted with probably the shortest boss run in the entire series. Or, not series, I'm sorry, in the entire game. Oof. The range on that's really good. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to relearn this fight. I got it down really, really well when I was younger, but it has been a while. Oof. Oh, here comes the fog. By and large, as long as you stay behind this boss, it can't pull off most of its worst attacks. Or it can't connect them at any rate. See? I'm fairly certain we can't parry this one whatsoever. Like most of the old ones, despite it having a more humanoid form. Yeah, you want to get in behind it and stay very, very close. Oh, and check it, the fog's dissipated already. That attack deals crazy damage, but is very, very easy to avoid. Yep, welcome to Phase 2. It's now going to call in some help sporadically. Or during the fog it will, anyway. Ooh! Like I said, the safest spot for this fight is directly behind the boss, but I do mean directly behind. Go like a few degrees off to the side and you are screwed. I wish you could wound it in the same fashion as amygdala, but we kinda can't. It's got a boatload of health, but that's intimidating more than it is a genuine obstacle. There we go, you just gotta fall into a rhythm, by and large. Doesn't make the fight easy, it just makes it manageable. And I have a feeling this boss in particular would just crumble before strength build. Come in here with, say, the Kirk Hammer, and man, watch it fall apart. Doesn't help that it's basically running a way more potent version of my exact build right down to the weapon. There we go. Whew. Almost there, almost there. No! Can't even be mad at that. That was a good run. As he says, I would definitely not be a wet nurse holding so many blades. Or even just the one blade, really. Fair dues. And he says it's for scraping eldritch poop out of the baby. I guess. And MC says, oh god, so close. Yeah, that... Oddly enough, though, unlike so many of this game's bosses, I don't feel frustrated by that failed attempt. Hold on. Let me get my phone real quick. Sorry, give me 1 minute. Glucose sensor is going off. I'm going to have a snack. Very, very quickly, but I'll be right back with you guys. Don't go anywhere. We are so close to taking this thing down. Give me about 2-3 minutes. Oof. Alright, sorry about that, folks. I'm back. And before we tackle this next attempt, I think I'm going to drop back to the Hunter's Dream really quickly to see if we don't have some better blood gems, or can otherwise upgrade our kit. When I fought this boss in my first playthrough, I distinctly remember doing it with the cane. A cane upgraded to, I think, +9. Or +10. So we may want to fortify it once more. Oh, there it is. That's why we were dealing less damage too, that's right. Our weapon is also a little frayed. I'll actually hold off on upgrading that then. Silly me. We should have some better runes available though, right? Oh, we've got a much better air, which will not do anything for us here. The vile blood. Oh, continual heal near death. That's pretty solid, I guess. Several runes contain a nuance of blood, including the rune of corruption associated with the Oath of the Corrupt. Pledgers to this oath are Canehurst Vilebloods, hunters of blood who find dregs for their queen in cold blood, particularly that of hunters, so those affiliated with the Church. Yet the corrupt are heretics in the eyes of the Church, and thus subject to the wrath of the executioners, who, as we've seen firsthand through having to fight our way through a particularly nasty leader of their order, I believe the founder of their order, are no saints themselves. Alright, blood gem time. What do we got? Tempering damp blood gem. Woo! Actually decreases our weapon scaling, though. That's interesting. Exit Dust has, how do you go through this? What do you mean? Like, how do I optimize my blood gems, or? Exit Dust says, I just scroll down fast and see when a number goes blue. To be honest with you, that's how I did it this early on, but I do also look at what special attributes certain gems can contribute. For instance, I, as a blanket rule, never elect to install a Cursed Blood gem, because those typically have certain costs they incur, and I absolutely hate hampering myself in any way, shape, or form, unless it's like part of, say, the way the katana can buff itself. That like cost, having health drain with attacks, I can stand for a short time. But in Exit Dust says, yeah, the cursed ones needs checking. Absolutely. I look to see which of these can temporarily, or no, which of these would increase our, like, say, our poison effect associated with a certain weapon. Which ones will give me a fast poison? Those might be worth it, like these dirty damp blood gems. But yeah, for the most part, I prioritize damage as well. Kin Hunters. Attack versus the Kin increased. Okay, do we have anything better here? These triangle-shaped gems. Well, lots of cursed ones. It's not what we want. So hold on here. Our Tempering Blood Gemstone gives us a physical attack up 13.5%. Tempering Damp Blood Gem gives us physical attack up 12.6%, so slightly less, but also boosts rally potential incrementally, or marginally. Okay, yeah, none of these are worth it, unfortunately. The only... oh no, Nourishing Damp Blood Gem. Attack up just like a blanket attack up 15%. Okay, okay, we will go for that. That'll also increase our arcane modifier by a pretty hefty margin. Nothing else better, right? Yeah, okay, good. It's a minor improvement, but an improvement nonetheless. Arcane we can increase, or we can bolster dramatically. Odd tempering damp blood gem, sure. Those are cursed, right? So that's the strongest. Stronger physical attack, right? Yeah, that'll do. Ah, the cursed fire is tempting, but play with fire, get burned, quite literally in this case, I believe. Okay. So we have marginally improved our character. Or our gear, at the very least. I don't ever see any purpose to, reinforcing ranged weapons unless you're going specifically for a blood-tinged build. Otherwise, this is just fuel for parries. That's about it. Okay. And I do apologize if I seem a little out of sorts or a little less coherent than usual. The reason I've been having to stop and have a couple snacks today is because I've been dealing with hypoglycemia, blood sugar running lower than it really should. So as a result of me working out more regularly lately since I got this elliptical machine in, so it's a good thing for my diabetes in the long term, but I've been having to have more snacks and the like lately, and with hypoglycemia comes a certain like scatterbrainedness. Well, more so than usual, again. Alright. Boss time, let's try this once more. Thinking we could whip out the cane, and maybe this would be a good place. I would say a good place to use my, NC says hypoglycemia is not fun. Oh, tell me about it. But, hey, compared to hyperglycemia, which I have to take additional, like, injections of insulin for, you get to cure your hypoglycemia just by eating. So, I mean, yeah, for somebody who wants to lose a few pounds like me, maybe not the best in the long term, but it sure is a relatively fun and painless treatment. Let's start with the cane and some fire paper. We have to save our bolt paper because the super boss inside the cathedral is weak to electricity, and I am weak to the thought of having to fight that super boss, so we want some bolt paper in our back pocket. Yeah, that's some respectable damage. I love this thing's design, don't you? Like, it's totally invisible. It's like Lovecraft's Nazgul. Oh no, you don't. Oh, there comes the clone. It shows up to perform sporadic attacks and then dissipates again, so nothing really to worry about, I would say. Oh, damn! It appeared right on the other side of the boss, didn't it? You can't kill the clone or disperse it, I don't think, until the fog recedes. Well, we're getting there. I'm certainly learning this fight again. Hey, Exodus, do you happen to stream anything? I took a look at your channel page and didn't see anything, but are you active on any kind of platforms? Do you share your aptitude with these games with folks on any kind of open forum anywhere? Because I'd be more than happy to use what very, very limited signal I have to promote it, along with anything my community, or our community is active in broadcasting. Given how much you know about these games, I feel you'd be a natural. We got a few people in the... Exodus says, I used to on Mixer and I did make a Twitch account, but I haven't started streaming yet. I gotcha. Well, let me know if and when you get started, and we will be there. We have quite a few folks in our Discord who stream sporadically, like Soulsborne stuff. Exodus says, I'm not sure what game I want to stream. Well, there's certainly no dearth of Souls-likes available these days. Now let's see how much damage a proper blade that has not been weakened does to you. Still not a whole lot. Okay. That says I was going to ask you if you're streaming tomorrow because Seth is streaming Dark Souls 3. I'm not, actually. I will be on hiatus for 2 days working on a syllabus. So, yes, I would love to drop by. I watched part of one of her VODs. I don't want to watch too much, if I can help it, because I want to retain at least some of the ignorance regarding Dark Souls 3's early game that I've accrued over the years of not playing it. But I absolutely adored what I saw. She's very, very talented at what she does. And has a... Are you fucking kidding me? So, there is a certain point at which the clone appears. If it casts the Shroud of Fog over the arena early on when it has most of its health, it does not summon in the clone. I think maybe once it's down to 75% it might, then we'll, yeah. But no, she's doing fantastically based off of the VOD I watched. Better than a whole lot of folks, present company included, during their first time through the game. Oh yeah, I thought as much. Exodus says I'm one of the people on her voice chat talking to her and keeping chat going. Right on, man. You guys have a great little commentary staff together. I would love to set something similar up if I had any idea how to work like Discord's technology and integrate it with like the very, very rudimentary streaming software I have to run on my PS4. I do have a capture card that I'm dying to get set up, but I'm missing one component from my my childhood home that is like stowed away in a box somewhere that I'll have to go and dig out. I think this is a pretty suitable potential final boss for a Bloodborne playthrough, wouldn't you say? It also doesn't feel nearly as cheap as a lot of the others around it have. Hard as hell, yes, but not like ridiculously so. So the baby is, depending on your interpretation, either being carried by this thing or the baby being an old one and thus incredibly powerful, even if it's not fully aware of itself yet, is somehow piloting it. Or controlling it, we should say. Ooh! No! No! I tried to roll through it. Damn, 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 damn. Exit says you wouldn't need a chat group while playing your commentary is pretty awesome. Thank you very much, man. I try my level best, but... Hold on. Oh, Spooky Shoots! Hey, thanks so much for the follow. Just now caught that in my activity feed. Whether you're active in chat or not, even if you're still here, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And I hope you're having a wonderful day and enjoying the stream so far for, well, what it is. It's me throwing myself up against a brick wall over and over again. But that's the Bloodborne experience. Thank you once again. For me, it's like, I've always loved the idea, though, of, like, co-commentary on Let's Plays or streams and the like. I'd love contributing to somebody else's, or, having contributors active here. Because a lot of folks, especially since this channel seems to attract a community of experts on the games we play, have a whole lot of insight to offer. So its blades are also made of siderite, I'm pretty sure. Like the same, oh shit, material that ours are. It looks kind of like a stereotypical depiction of, like, the Angel of Death, doesn't it? Oh no. Oh hell. I do appreciate that the blades start glowing in the fog to help you keep an eye on the boss. So new rule, kids. When the fog goes up, the ass gets the hell out of town. Yeah, it's not summoned in, it's familiar yet. Oh wait, yes it has. Or no, it hasn't. It also gets more elaborate combos while the fog is up, I believe. Look at the way its arms move, so smooth. It's... Unlike so many of the creatures we fought across this series, what I love about this boss is how incredibly graceful it is in design and in movement. Oh, and off in the distance you can hear the community reacting to the announcement or the reveal of Dark Souls 2. How lovely. I jest, of course. They were much louder than that. Okay, we're getting there. I feel like this character could serve as excellent inspiration for, like, one of those schlocky family comedies where a down on their luck Nazgul ends up having to work as a nanny for an affluent family. Like Kindergarten Cop, but with more viscera. Just one, I guess. 1, 2, 3. Oh, man. Oh, you look so cool! Gonna have to check out the character and environment design teams for this game and see what else they've worked on. Some truly gifted individuals have contributed to this series. Thought we would get out of the way, thought wrong. That's the one we want. We are sending feathers a-flying every which way, ain't we? Oh god, here it comes. Run! This lasts much longer than I remember. All right, party time. No, not again. Oh no, it can just teleport. Okay. No! No! God damn it! Does that attack deal more damage the further on into the fight we get? Because that drained almost my entire health bar, while it dealt a ton of damage, I do not recall it doing so earlier in the fight. This is my problem with Bloodborne. The number of one-shot attacks in this game compared to other entries in the series is frankly obscene. Sekiro, actually, despite being arguably a much harder game than the Dark Souls trilogy and Demon Souls, doesn't have that problem. It says it does if you get hit by multiple blades, so it's not one hitbox. I see. Also, yeah, I wouldn't mind you watching me trying to take on Maria. I'm still stuck on that. Oh yeah, I'd be, if you get your streaming set up all together, I'd be more than happy to. It's a really cool fight, I think. Well, it is now time to go blood vial crazy. And, small thing I just noticed, the head and neck from the wet nurse look almost similar to the dancers from Dark Souls 3. Yeah, they kinda do. And its movement and status as an unusually graceful entity in a very brutal series kind of reflects that, so maybe that particular fight took some inspiration from this? That's a fight that I learned a brilliant strategy for when I was playing through the game for the first time. Very difficult fight, like toward the very tail end of Dark Souls 3's kind of second act, but by the standards of Dark Souls bosses, it is extremely susceptible to one specific status effect. And if you got a build based around that status effect, even a solid weapon with it, the fight can be over in less than a minute. And Exodus says, well, we did talk about fan service yesterday. Yeah, this... If there's a link between the wet nurse and the dancer, though, it would feel less like explicit fan service and more like the dev team or the design team took a look at that encounter and the way it kind of struck an audience, or like maybe their QA team or whatever, and like, hey, maybe we can iterate upon this. It wasn't an explicit callback to this game. Like so many things in Dark Souls 3 were explicit callbacks to Dark Souls 1 or Demon Souls, or not so many to Bloodborne. I would say the Bloodborne fan service or like callbacks in Dark Souls 3 are handled generally really, really well. Dark Souls 1 callbacks, not at all. Okay, let's try this again. Thankfully, that is a very clearly telegraphed attack. It, like, rears back and roars before it unleashes the blades every time. I did notice for the first time, I think I never tried this back when I first played the game. If you deal damage to the clone, you temporarily dissipate it, and you deal a slight bit of damage to the boss itself. I think like slightly more than you would deal to the boss in a single hit. Like very slightly more, going by the numbers. Like one strike on her deals 241, up against the clone it dealt like 300 something. Oh god, here it comes. So once you get her beyond that health threshold, it will just spawn in, apparently. This is the worst part of the fight. We can make it. Goodbye. Goodbye. Not gonna get greedy. There we go. Hello again. I'm using a blood vial because I don't trust you. Okay, okay. There we go. Perfect. That's the attack we want. Run like hell to its rear and stay there. No! Shit! It stun locks you. It does. If you get hit by one attack in its combo, you are screwed. Unless you're on the farthest periphery of its range. So I remember this fight. I do honestly really, really like it, as much trouble as it's giving me for whatever friggin' reason. But I don't remember the boss having this much health. Again, I'm probably misremembering things because it's been years. But I only played through this game once at the, roughly at launch, really at launch. And I know compared to the other games, it got a whole hell of a lot of fine-tuning in patches after the fact. So were some of these encounters made a little bit more challenging, or were enemies' defenses and health changed extensively after the game was released? As it does says you're rolling a bit too soon. You feel like rolling when she starts moving, but there's a small delay before she actually hits you. I see. Oh, are you kidding me? Really? Well, there go all those echoes. Sure, whatever. Whatever. That one was on me. No, all of her attacks save the diagonal cleave from her lower left to upper right. No man, you're not distracting me, no worries at all. I'm just, I've got to get used to simultaneously reading chat, reciting what I'm reading in chat, and attempting to maneuver through the game. No problem. That one's entirely on me. But save that cleave. All of her attacks are executed not with a movement of the arm, but if you watch her... Sorry. Also, like the rapid slashes when she slowly trudges forward. That does not apply either, but most of her slashes are executed with a flick of the wrist, not an actual sweeping arm movement. I just keep forgetting there's an elevator here. No, if you want a punishing Souls-like, and I mean relentlessly punishing, try playing The Surge. It's a really good game for what it is. For what it is, I should say. And doesn't have quite enough bosses to sate my hunger for that particular aspect of video game design, but for what it is, it's really solid. The bosses we fought in this game, for the record, are nowhere near as bad as some of Neo's. Neo 2's, I should say. Exodus says Surge 2's even better. I own it. It's been sitting in my cabinet for ages. I just never got around to playing it. Oh yeah, we can also dodge around that attack really easily, I keep forgetting. Comes. Time to run like hell. Like, lots of bosses have interesting phase changes in this game, and Dark Souls 3 as well. But this is one of the only ones I can think of that has a legitimate ult. Come on. And I think dual-wielding the blades is the best approach for this, right? Ooh, 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 ooh. Come on. Do something. Of course. Something else, please. There you go. That's what we want. Only in Bloodborne would your final boss be an invisible baby riding some kind of weird Victorian horror mech. And I love it. I just love it. Way. my god, come on. There we go. I don't know if you can shorten the duration of the fog by damaging either her or the summon. This being a Souls-like, I'd imagine you can. Like, put the pressure on the boss, get rewarded. Come on now. There we are! That's a bit more like it. Sorry for the delay, folks. Notice we get a special notification here. Well, it doesn't really feel like a moral victory because we just killed an infant. But with her gone, we get the notification, Nightmare Slain. Thank you guys very much, I appreciate it. We also get our final umbilical cord that we'll need to actually get the most complete ending in all of the boss fights. Oh, Exodus says Surge 2's even better. Awesome. I will stream both of those for you guys at some point. I really want to. And in 4 days we get Mortal Shell. I'm actually excited for that. Does it release like the full release in 4 days? That's awesome. I've only heard bits and pieces about it. I'm trying to go in largely blind, save for the mechanics. And I can't wait. I can't wait, honestly. I'm going to play it hopefully blind on stream at some point after we get through with the Soulsborne series. Well, with that, friends, we are finally done with our excursions beyond the Hunter's Dream. Exodus says I played the beta, it's really brutal. If it's anything like Neo's betas, which I played, I think all 3 of them, some of that will probably be balanced for the final release. Everything's fine in the Hunter's Dream, don't worry, everything is fine. Like, the first and second Neo betas had enemies dealing absurd amounts of damage to you. They had this weapon durability system that was kind of wonky, that was scrapped for the final release, I would say, to the game's improvement. And there was stamina regen, I think, was significantly slower than it was in the final release. Hopefully Mortal Shell does some fine-tuning like that as well, because I like my games to be challenging, I don't like them to be brutal. I think the same goes for most of us. Exodus says, don't forget to consume the umbilical cords. Thank you very much, that's right. We do have to actually kind of eat or crush these things. Gaining 3 insight apiece to gain access to the most complete endings. But we're not gonna do that quite yet. Oh, no. MC says this is why you don't leave the stove on, Brady. I mean, fair enough. This place, but hey, look, everything's fine. Everything's fine. We got some really cool exterior lights. It's not actually on fire, don't worry. Now, with like the remaining half hour of today's stream, Exodus says this is fine. Yeah, exactly. All we need is one of those horrible-looking dogs with the dapper little top hat, and we'll be worthy of memes. Okay, what we want to do now, with like our remaining half hour, is upgrade what we can, and then, definitely use this. 30,000 echoes, there we go. Then, go slay the Brain of Mensis, and just take a peek into the DLC content area.
Good hunter. You have come.
Exodus asks, did you get your weapons to +10? Nope, that's what we are working on. I'm pretty sure if we go down to the Brain of Mensis, we can get a blood rock, right?
At the foot of the great tree. Very well,
So we got all of 3, which is fine. Exodus says, yep, excellent, good, that's what we're going for then. Give me a couple blood tinge, just so I can use some of the Canehurst stuff. And more vitality. Exodus says there's also one in a Chalice dungeon. I will go for the one attached to the Brain of Mensis, because if I tried to tackle another Chalice dungeon right now, I'm fairly certain I would have a nervous breakdown. in all seriousness, the Chalice dungeons are great fun, but they're really hard. I did some looking, and it turns out there is, like, this phenomenon, this, like, small little communal experience lots of people share around the internet of being, like, driven out of their tree by the undead giant in Lower Themeru. Like, there are special video guides just for that boss. There are lengthy, like, miniature essays written on the best way to take it down. It's weird, right? That, like, effectively a mini-boss would be that trying? I think it's just because everything it does is a one-shot. Which, again, and MC, tell me if you think this is a problem as well, because it's what I keep coming back to. For what the game is, having the player character be fragile is perfectly fine, maybe even good to encourage, like, that use of that rallying mechanic, like high risk, high reward. But having so many things that effectively one-shots all but the most resilient characters in the late game might not be the best design choice. Now, giving bosses attacks, special attacks, or certain attacks that can instantly finish off a character is a Soulsborne staple. But having so many normal moves that can do it might be a little discouraging rather than just challenging. That could just be me, though. MCS, is it an optional area? It's one of the Chalice dungeons, so yeah, but I would point you as well to say, well, a ton of this game is technically optional. Everything we do from here on is officially optional. A lot of the stuff we've done up to this point is optional. The Bloodstarved Beast was optional. The Witch of Hemwick technically is. The critical path in Bloodborne, correct me if I'm wrong, is actually very short. Which is interesting design in and of itself. Yeah, and this is what we're going for. Exit Dust says if you want to 100% this game, you need to finish the final boss in the Chalice dungeon. Yeah, the Thumeral Ehil Chalice. And from what I've been told, from what I've seen, the boss in question, it's someone special, so we'll leave that a surprise for now. The boss in question is not that difficult at all. It's getting there that's the real pain. So real quick, let's explore the exterior a bit. MC says, I would say Chalice Dungeon having an optional boss made to one-hit kill, it might make sense. But it's also a mini-boss. It's a mini-boss, and literally everything it does is a one-hit kill. This is not like the Thumerian Descendant. Oh god, if Thumerian Descendant had one-hit kills, I would just cry. Oh! Speaking of one-hit kills... I think a good way to think about it, divergent gameplay experiences aside, is Dark Souls, for all of its hype in, like, the fandom, tries to be challenging without ever letting that challenge, from a design perspective, compromise what is meant to be an inherently enjoyable, exploration-heavy fantasy experience. Bloodborne is not interested in doing that at all. It wants first and foremost to be really, really hard, which, again, whether or not I agree with it, or any of us agree with it, that is a perfectly valid design choice. I just might not like it all that much. Hey, there we go. There we go, that's it. Away you go. Come on. There we go. That's more like it, y'all. Although we can actually explore around here. The Eye Rune. What on earth does that do? Or just a side path back to the lamp. Right. Now let me just track down this door. I will find it, don't you worry. May take a minute, but we'll find it. The Chalice dungeons on the whole, like the odd boss aside, are really well designed. I quite like them, honestly. And it's as close as the Soulsborne series ever gets to emulating the mission-based structure like bite-sized, compact, distinct little sections of gameplay that I really, really like. Thank you very much, Exit Dust. I absolutely love getting clipped. There's like a wonderful little library of both my greatest failures on stream, of which there are a ton, and instances of me going on and on about like a game's design or expectations and then being proven immediately wrong. MC says, I would say Bloodborne wants a world that's much more violent or cruel. True. And beside the possibility of Dark Souls 2 frustration, the combat might have adopted that ideology to it. Okay, yeah, that's fair. I'm thinking it's partially that. Partially inspired by the very vocal backlash from that certain trend of the segment of the community against Dark Souls 2 and its perceived difficulty. And then, something we've not really considered openly on these streams so far. This is this design team's first time making a game of this sort, in this vein, with faster, more reactive combat. Like more visceral combat. And they could have just been a little rusty when it came to balance. That's totally fine. You know, it is their first rodeo in this style, and Dark Souls 3, as I said, adopts a lot of very similar design choices, and retains a lot of the faster, more frenetic combat, but it does it in a way that feels much more balanced and way less frustrating, I'll say. From a design perspective, just a mechanical perspective, as we've said several times now, Dark Souls 3 is an absolute masterclass. From a lore and world-building perspective, it's a travesty, and we're gonna have so much fun contrasting the two, I think, on stream. Is this just a shortcut up? Nope. This is what we want. This is what we want. Yes, yes, yes. Time for an audience with the brain of Mensis. Yep, yep. Exit Dust has got it. Remember earlier when I said the make contact rune was far and away the make contact gesture was far and away the most important in the entire series? Oh god, this thing is so gross. Look at it. Oh yes, yes I did. Well, I explained it was important, not what for. So, yeah, in Dark Souls, broadly speaking, emotes don't get you a whole lot out of NPCs or like the PvE content. Like, the doll and then your closest ally in Dark Souls 3 will react to certain emotes, but this is one of very few times in the entire series where using a specific emote is necessary to get something very, very important. That's right, y'all know what time it is. About 12:15. Now we're just gonna stand here for a minute. It takes a while. Exodus says, that's true, but that is technically a secret. So I wasn't going to spoil that on stream publicly, at least, until we got there. But yes, that is the other instance I can think of where emotes are really, really useful. And you just stand here till your arms get tired. Nine o'clock. And we get the most potent moon rune. Very nice. Exodus says, so you haven't explained the actual fuck that's going on. Yeah, no, we're able to use that odd little pose, much like the choir did, to form some kind of mental connection with this thing. And it literally carved a new rune into our mind. Which is its gift to us. And now it's going to die. Because This is the most repugnant design in the entire series, and it's so fitting for this thing. Exit Dust says almost. Is there something I'm missing then? So it's got tons of health, but hey, guess what? It can't frenzy us anymore. This is the second old one we have to fight in this area. And man, after the crow, this thing is it's a really cathartic experience. Don't worry, there's a purpose to this, beyond making me feel better. This should do it. Living String, a special ritual material. Oh, I see. Exit Dust says the emote shows you making a triangle, or a right angle. By moving your arms and keeping the triangle at the same angles, it's a show of intelligence. The reason you get the rune is because the Elder recognizes you are, in fact, an intelligent life form. I see. I never realized that was the explanation for that in lore. That's fascinating. Thanks for sharing. Now, I would say we would get our blood rock, but not quite yet. Before we go for the day, I do want to delve into... MC says, then you kill him. Well, yes, it's one of the old ones, and it also tried to drive me insane from a distance, so... Yeah, I don't feel bad about killing that one. I feel very bad about killing Murgo, the invisible baby, and the Celestial Emissary, and I actually hate what we're gonna have to do to the thing in the cathedral, because, again, the Eldritch patron of the cathedral, or the healing church, has nothing but good intentions. The old ones working with the School of Mensis did not. They wanted to perform a series of increasingly brutal, transformative experiments on human subjects in order to, quote-unquote, ascend them, whereas the one in the cathedral just wants to help any way that it can and doesn't understand that what it's doing isn't actually helpful. We can get... We are not meeting with Gurman yet. Oh, no. We get one more level. Let's dump it into strength. Or no, let's dump it into vitality. Get some nice round numbers going on here.
Farewell, good.
And let's head to Erden Chapel, where everything is totally fine. I think this is where we warp into the DLC. And I don't know. I actually have no idea whether this DLC is meant to be tackled like in the mid or late game. You have to reach the Cathedral Ward to unlock it, but I don't know. Like, we got the distinct impression, right, that Artorias of the Abyss was meant to be tackled kind of mid-game in Dark Souls. You'll notice, oh dear. Ariana's gone. Exit Dust says, I recommend to start the DLC from level 60. Well, we are good to go then.
Oh, kind hunter. Another one you sent made it here safe and sound. This place is a real haven now.
What?
I'm afraid. I hate
We did? We didn't send anybody here? Oh no, oh no. Oh hell, Ariana, no. She was one of the only decent people here. So either she gave birth to the Great One and died, or, this is another thing that can happen, out of jealousy, the cleric killed her. The only person who makes it through this entire ordeal perfectly sane and happy and healthy is the asshole. Could be some commentary there. Exodus says, did you send the guy in the forest here? The Dark Beast? No, I did not. I've not gone back to kill him yet, as he kind of killed us our first time discovering him. No, we did not. We did not. We attacked him on sight. And he killed us because we were kind of under-equipped for the forest by the time we found him. We were running really low on supplies, and I've just not been back to deal with him. No, I think the cleric can kill Ariana. So is it this amygdala that'll transport us? Exodus says, yeah, I choosed him from the doorway, and I always thought the angry lady did. Yeah, no. The woman you rescue from Yarkle. Adela, I think her name is. And yeah, this is the amygdala that'll transport us. Well, come on then. I killed your god.
The fiends, their children too.
Uh-huh.
And their children forever true.
Oh, MC says Adela the Nun, if present, will get jealous if the player uses Ariana's blood instead of hers, and may kill Ariana after you've accepted 3 of Ariana's blood vials while she's present. Well, we did not. So instead, her pregnancy with one of the spawn of the Great Ones, I guess, came to term, and she's dead somewhere. We can track her down, what remains of her, I'm afraid, to get a special 4th umbilical cord, just in case you missed one. So welcome to the Hunter's Nightmare. It is, based on my experience watching a friend play through this when it first released, a nightmarish, distorted version of Central Yarnum and the Cathedral Ward, home to the wrathful shades of hunters that really predate us and our crew. Can't access that yet. Take it there's no workshop over there. And yeah, things ain't great here. Like the Nightmare Frontier, it's absolutely beautiful. I love the colors of the skybox. And notice what appears to be a shattered window off in the distance. Exit Dust says Central Yarnum when Trump gets a second term. Oh my god. The true nightmare. My baccalaureate is in political science, and yeah, it has not been a great few years for folks in my term. MC says Trump is an old one. Compared to everything else we've seen in the game, that would be somewhat underwhelming, but yeah, I'll believe it. Yeah, so here are the old hunters. They will attack beasts, they will attack you with really cool trick weapons. And it looks like they cannot be stunned at all. Short of maybe for parries. As he says, orange is the new black, and also Exodus says that whip is awesome, and they can. Yeah, with parries, I'd imagine. Yeah. We also got old hunter gloves, which are fine, I guess. What's up, Discount Father Gascoigne? Oh, I'm definitely gonna need to learn how to parry you. There we go. Okay, so since they seem to use the whip form of this bizarre club almost exclusively, it seems like parrying them will be relatively easy. Yeah, no, and Exodus says his parry window is pretty easy. Nice. Well, I mean, we've got to try out the local flavor while we're here, right? You guys have no idea how much I love my stylish armor. Old hunter gauntlets made of brass to protect their weapon-bearing hands. At the time, some hunters believed that certain metals would ward off beast blood. On a night of the hunt, it's no wonder that some resort to superstition. Exodus says fashion-born. Oh yeah, no, save for very tricky encounters, I will always go for what's fashionable over what's effective. Old hunter cap with a wide brim that hides their sharp gaze. In the old days, when hunters were 10 a penny, this was part of their standard garb. We basically look like really jacked up scarecrows. As he says, hashtag blood fashion. I am a fashion souls aficionado. Which is why I hate that some of the more, or most effective armor sets in the Dark Souls trilogy are also some of the least appealing, to me at least, in my very particular sense. Exodus says I get a Van Helsing vibe from this. Oh yeah, definitely. I can see the... Well, the stylistic influences were there in, like, the standard hunter uniform, but this, it's explicit. Oh, hello, Nightmare Dog. These are just the beasts from Old Yarnum. I'm so sorry you guys are trapped here too. You've been through enough. Oh, you've got the blunderbuss. Of course you do. But yeah, you're right, that's a very easy parry window, because the wind-up is so extreme. Ooh, trap, very nice. Exodus says, so I never figured this out. Some of those won't attack you and are actually scared of you, and some will attack. I can't seem to find out what the difference is. Well, those weren't, at least initially, aggressive, and they were cowering away from me. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What if some of them only attack you if you're wearing old hunter gear? Like if they only recognize you as their tormentor. It could be a bit like the Fume Knight in Dark Souls 2. So yeah, I also didn't talk about this. Remember how Raim the Fume Knight was, at one point, a companion and, like, shield brother of Velstadt, the Royal Aegis? And they, like, finally split ways over, like, Velstadt's continued support of the king, whereas Raim defected and went to go serve ultimately the Bride of Ash instead. Well, if you wear any part of Velstadt's gear, or I believe carry his weapon into the fight with the Fume Knight, he will begin to rage and immediately transition into his second, far more powerful phase. That's a really cool little detail, and again, an example of Dark Souls 2's fantastic integration of gameplay and lore elements. Oh, this guy's got the engine hammer, or whatever it is. My friend absolutely adored this weapon, and oh, I messed up the parry window on that real bad. That's a powder keg weapon, if you couldn't tell. Blood now? Okay, hashtag blood now. There you go. Boom hammer, that's what it is. Maybe. MC says greater than boomer. Or no, just boomer. Yeah, it's a strength weapon, I'm pretty sure, but a really cool one. Oh, hi, doggy. What on earth is that? Oh, this is just like their version of one of the ranged hunters. Okay. What a beautiful skybox. That giant sort of windowed sun in the distance is going to be very, very important. That's ultimately our goal. Though it remains to be seen how we'll get there, doesn't it? Exodus says, okay, I recognize it now from the days I spent getting murdered by a certain young lady. Yep. It looks like the cathedral ward if it was just crumpled up into a ball, if that makes any sense. Mustn't forget the treasure. Gotta get my treasure. It could be armor. It could be weapons. It's probably not, but it could be. Which encourages me to make poor decisions. Oh my god, no. Not again. Hey, I'm not one of you. I'm not one of the beasts. I'm one of you. I got the hat and everything, see? Shit! One hit, really? I wasn't even directly in the line of fire. I was caught by the radius. And, yeah, for the record, those guys, they do respawn. They're the normal humanoid enemies in this part of the game. Thankfully, though, I think... Correct me if I'm wrong, the Hunter's Nightmare, compared to the other two sections of the DLC, is not very large. There we are. Exodus is not sure. But I think our boss is fought more or less in the cathedral, or like where we would have fought Vicar Amelia. If, like, space wasn't just totally screwed. Exodus says, let's say the Nightmare territory ends at the cow boss. Oh yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. A particularly notorious fight amongst the fandom, known for its both phenomenal quality, the exceptional reward you get for clearing it, and its absurd difficulty. The ones with the whips are exceedingly easy to parry. I've got to get the timing down for the variant with the boom hammer, though. Exodus says, so the next part's the research center, which is smaller in my opinion. Yeah, no. The asylum is smaller. When Bloodstone... Oh, hello, Nasty. Exodus says the final area is probably the same size as the Nightmare. That seems to check out with what I remember watching my best friend play through this. Hey, he's got a saw weapon. A very archaic looking one, but a saw weapon nonetheless. There we are, thank you. I'm just gonna make it to the next lamp, whenever that is, or wherever that is, and then we'll call it for the day. Much as I'm absolutely loving this playthrough. And this area, it seems honestly very well designed. Yeah, let's take care of the doggos first. Exodus says you might want to open the big gate so you get a shortcut. Right. Yeah, let me hop right on that. Let me just cut in here, sir. Thank you very much. Now, why did they need more blood? They had plenty of it, see? Yep, here he comes. Yep, blood now. Fortunately, they have to rev the weapon before every, like, powerful attack. And they seem to prioritize the beasts over us, at the very least. Or many of them do. Okay, screw this. Oh, the range on that. Jesus, game over. That's right. That's right, I just beat down the biggest guy in the place. Just stay back, leave me to my own. That's right. That's right. You want... Yeah, I didn't think so. Didn't think so. Oh, this is not the gate we were talking about, is it? No. No. Never mind. Well, we got some more echoes for our trouble. Behind you. Yes, thank you. Yeah, no, Exodus says no, the gate you see when you go up the stairs from the start. Right, I just get terribly turned around anytime I try to navigate in the game, but in Bloodborne in particular. Alright, get ready for him. Yes? No? Boomhammer Man? Oh, we got our first weapon. It is the whip, I think. The beast cutter. Very cool. I'll take those, thank you. Oh, here he comes. Yeah. Yeah, just go ham, buddy. You do you. I got her. Exodus says, yeah, that is the whip. Excellent. I might play around with that, actually. It seems like a more potent version of my beloved threaded cane. Ooh! Flaming ball of wicker, still getting work. Oh! Damn, are you kidding me? Got greedy, whatever. Exodus says when you're done with these mobs, go down one floor and turn left. Gotcha. We're learning. Remember, this is brand new territory for me. So many encounters in this game, though, remind me of one boss from Neo 2. A notorious boss. I think it's, it might be Shibata Katsuye? Or no, sorry, it's not. I don't think. If it's not Shibata Katsuye, it's, no, it is. I'm sorry. I'm getting my historical figures mixed up. Which is very bad for a historian. Shibata Katsuye is exactly who I'm thinking of. A really tanky, incredibly fast boss. A mid-game boss, too, not necessarily a late-game boss. That can one-shot you or wear your character down very, very easily. He's kind of notorious amongst the player base. Come on, bring it. The dogs, at least, are much weaker than those in Bloodborne's endgame. It's weird, we've got stronger beasts, weaker dogs. That seems... Oh, hello. That sound clip, you alright, buddy? Let's get rid of the rifleman. Jesus, if he doesn't just waste us first. Okay. However you want to do it. Didn't know we triggered that yet, but got out of there just in time, and it cleared out the beasts. Well, hey. We got the old hunter armor, which is not too bad, honestly. One day the hunters disappeared, and Yarnamites began to whisper the hunter's sin. Drunk with blood, chasing after beasts, they would pass on to the nightmare, every last one of them. So, yeah, this introduces an interesting element to the lore that was only alluded to previously, namely that the hunters, as like an organization, the church hunters, are not too much better than most other factions present within Yharnam. And in fact are way more dangerous. We've got plenty of blood, though, as we'd expect. Okay. Sexadust said go down a floor, turn left. Not here. We don't open the gate from here, right? Or over there. Maybe? Yeah, yeah. Left, not right. Okay, so... Oh, left looking down. I gotcha. Oh, here we go. Very nice. Hey, it's our buddies again. What's up, crows? Missed you guys. The dog-headed crows just are not the same. Hey, thanks a lot for the tip, man. A widespread belief of this period was that beast blood crept up the right leg, and this led to the double-wrapped belt. Sure, fine. We are now properly styling like a deranged madman. Oh, got him, but... There we go. Exodus says, yeah, I'm not going to spoil too much, but stuff like this seems okay. Yeah, if it's something I very easily would have missed that's just, like, would improve quality of life through the playthrough, that's totally fine. And, in fact, greatly appreciated. Blood, no! Maybe we can, like, do our best to fit in while we're here. Oh, that's not a good sign. That's really not a good sign. Oh, it's one of the executioners, but, like, all wonky. Ah, still susceptible to parries, though, I see. Greatly susceptible to parries. Nice! So, let's see what's in the cathedral. I don't think we can do anything in here yet. Oh yeah, we can. Yeah, we don't want to mess with that yet. We really don't want to mess with that yet. That's an optional boss, or most of one. And we might need an item to activate the fight proper, but I'm not chancing it. I'm not fighting that thing yet. Molotovs? Okay. Here we go. Exodus says there's an item you can pick up. Will it trigger the boss battle? Oh, he won't aggro if you don't attack. Very good. Okay, well, in that case, let's go meet the founder of the Healing Church. Remember the first vicar, Lawrence, separated from Provost Willem in the Bergenworth College over the best appropriate use of the old blood? Well, here he is. In all his glory. He might look kind of familiar, right? We've seen something that looked like this before. Just, like, so luxuriously draped across this, this statue, or the altar. He gives us the eye pendant. Thank you so much for pointing that out to me, otherwise I would have run away for the time being. He is a bonus boss that fights exactly like what he looks like. For at least the first half of his battle, he is just a ridiculously powerful flame elemental cleric beast. The first cleric beast, in fact. But in the second half of his fight, things get really interesting in a way I'm not going to spoil quite yet. Eye pendant unlocks the surgery altar. There are 2 cathedrals in the Hunter's Dream. One lies past the River of Blood, and another contains the private research hall of the Healing Church. Only chosen members of the Healing Church or their lamentable patients can enter the research hall using this eye. It grants eyes to the surgery altar skull, and with eyes, insight to see the eldritch truth. We are, in fact, going to need that to progress, so thank you so much. I definitely would have missed that. MC says in the second phase, the boss starts karaoke. Oh man, if there was like a genuine rhythm battle boss in a Dark Souls game, I would love it so much. I think it was Drakengard, the original Drakengard on the PS2, that actually had a rhythm battle as its true final boss. Just drove so many people insane. Oh, good. Serpentine, serpentine. Oh no. Hey wait, you're just one of the regular Yharnam hunters. Don't try to fool me. Away! Away! This town's finished. Gotta be a lamp around here somewhere, right? Oh, those are just full-on grenades. Very interesting. Very interesting. Oh no! Not you! Exodus has that information I can share. For today, since we're nearing the end of the stream, sure. Well, just let me know if I missed one, I should say. There is no lamp. Oh, good. Very good. Oh, hello. Can't believe I actually managed to parry that. It would have been curtains for us if I didn't. Oh, hello, giant casket. We're now back in central Yharnam. Kinda, sorta. Remember, this is the building with the... where we first met the incredible elderly hunters in the wheelchairs? Got delayed Molotovs. Exodus says this area has 3 lamps and one of them's from the boss fight. The second one is near the boss gate, but there's another shortcut we can get. Alright, I'll just keep my eyes peeled then. I don't mind playing through more of this today, since we will unfortunately have that 2-day hiatus. I'm so sorry about that, but really have to get that thing done well in advance of the semester starting. Old hunter top hat warped by bloodstains. In the old days, when hunters were 10 a penny, this was part of their standard garb. Oh yeah, that's styling. I mean, you're not like a real formal wear aficionado unless you also have a number of very uncomfortable looking chains wrapped around your mouth. Just part of the aesthetic. Here's a giant Oh no! Blood liquors? Are you friggin' kidding me? Oh no, 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 no. No, 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 no. MCS, is it a syllabus or syllabi? It's just a singular syllabus. The plural would be like syllabi. I just have the one to work on. But I also then have been requested, it's not an order by my boss, to transfer as much of the course content over to like a ready-made online course shell for her use in future, if I possibly can. And I want to do as much of that as I possibly can. He's got a chain gun. That's, not exactly the most pleasant. No! Damn it! Shit! We're so close, probably, too. We can get a chain gun like that ourselves, and it's... Based on what friends have told me, it's pretty useful. Well, unfortunately, with that, ladies and gents, we are just a bit too far into the evening for me to do anything short of cutting the stream for now. And it'll be 2 days. There will be 2 days without a stream, at which point I will hopefully be able to resume. And we can take down this entire DLC probably in the course of a single stream. I'm thinking we'll go DLC, Super Boss in the normal Cathedral, Chalice Dungeons, then the end game. And I do hope you'll be able to join us for those. So, until next time, ladies and gents, whether you are joining us live as part of our Twitch chat or after the fact, as catching the VOD on YouTube, I want to thank you so much for electing to share yourselves and your time with me this afternoon. I hope you've enjoyed yourselves. If you would care to stay up to date with our streaming schedule and join a positive and encouraging community of like-minded enthusiasts, feel free to drop into our Discord community, a permanent link to which can be found at the bottom of my Twitch page's bio. It should be accessible around the clock, and if it's ever not, feel free to message me and I'll see what I can do to work around that. And if you ever have any recommendations, criticism, anything like that that could be used to make these streams more enjoyable for you, any way I could improve for the future, please feel free to let me know. If there's anything you'd like to see me play in the future, ditto. Thank you guys so much. MC says, no, not my free content, more streamer refund. Sure, you will get all of your zero investment back, short of time. Thank you guys so much. And Exit Dust, yeah, I have to echo, says, good work, MC, on being an awesome mod. Absolutely. Until next time, ladies and gents, take care. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Goodbye.